Would have been the perfect last game.
It's a delicious last
Okay.
course. Oh, the delicious last course.
All right. Let's do it. No, I never ran Fear and Hunger. I don't feel like Fear and Hunger is a very good speedrun. Wait, can't I just press... I think I could just press start to skip that. So for anybody who's never seen this game, it's like a 2D side-scroller boss fighter, but also a platformer. Well, at times, anyways. Oops. Okay, my controller binds aren't set up right. I thought that I just mistimed my input or something, but no, my controller. Hold on. Oh wait, actually no, I can do it in the game. Hold on. Oh my god, bro. Controller, work! I'm pressing the button, you bitch. Oh my god. Okay. I'm trying to remember what... Why would a Requiem demo drop today? You never know. Maybe it will. So anyways, we're going into that tutorial for one single coin. I'm trying to remember what is triangle normally used for in the game? Is that for the weapon? No, I don't think it's for the weapon swap. Fuck, I don't know. I guess it's normally used for the dash. This with weapon swap glitch? No. Alright.
It's on.
So we need to do this. We're fucked. We're already fucked, probably. Bruh. Oh! This is so fucking bad. Please survive. Oh my god. Okay, that was so bad, but you know what? We got it first try. That's the most important thing. Game journalist says, shut the fuck up. Alright. Dude, the stages in this game are actually fucking scary, alright? Okay, we want spread. And I think we want lobber. Fuck, I actually don't fucking know. Well, we want charge, but we can't get charge yet. I don't know, I'm confused. It's fine, it'll be fine.
Good day for us. Well battled. Now go.
fucking blasting his ass. You can only hit partial on that. Alright. The thing is, we are just playing this on normal difficulty. There is a glitch that allows you to fight everything on... I guess I should give some context for this game. This game has 2 difficulty settings. We're on normal difficulty right now. After you beat all the bosses once, you can come back to them and fight them on expert. I think it's after you beat the game, though. Now, the thing is, you can... There is a glitch that allows you to fight all the bosses on expert right from the get-go. But I also don't want this game to take too long. Oops. Oh my god, what the fuck am I doing?
This match will get red hot. Now go!
Is this even fucking hitting him? I don't think so. What changes on expert? Bosses are sometimes like a bit faster. And they have more HP. There are, I think, some moveset changes as well. This is good RNG, though. I don't think I was supposed to buy this attack, by the way, chat. Oh, it's fine. That was decent. There's 3 different RNG patterns you can get from the slot machine here. I think I was supposed to buy the boomerang, yeah. Yeah.
Here comes a spooky bunch.
0 parry, it's okay. So this is a, like, little mini game that you use. If you do this, you unlock your ultimate. We have to actually do that. You used to skip this in the speedrun, but we need to do it to access the DLC for the game. If the ghosts touch the center, I lose. You're scared? Yeah, we're doing the DLC.
Victory!
I tried one of the Cuphead mods and I got like halfway through it and it was like so brutal. Okay, wait, I don't want to go to the DLC quite yet. Hold on.
Good day for a swell battle. Now go!
The DLC for this game is really good. kind of like fell under the radar though. Oh, fuck. Big Chungus. Oh, I didn't want to use my ult there. Fuck. So the weak spot here is the face. Yeah, the DLC is pretty difficult for sure. Alright, yeah, we'll just go do this. You're terrible at this game? Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, I'm just on the normal difficulty, which, by the way, normal difficulty is like, you're not supposed to be able to play on expert anyways, but this game isn't too bad on normal difficulty. On expert is when it gets like, expert gets very difficult. That's not to say that normal is just completely free, of course, though. Okay, not bad. So these UFOs, they do different things depending on their color. If they're brown, they shoot first. If they're pink, they attack on like a delay. Or not pink, sorry, red. Alright, not bad. Yeah, well, I'm kind of fighting the fucking boss, okay, dude? I'm trying my best here.
Now go!
Okay, wait, hold on.
It's on!
Damn it. Jay, I think you can still get it with a... Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. It's not great. So. Alright, so we can do a boss skip here. It's actually dev intended as well, by the way. We go right here and just dash over him. Be a nerd. So the devs, when you beat the stages in this game, you get a ranking, right? And so you can get a P rank in this game, which is pacifist. So you can beat every single one of the stages without fighting anything, without killing anything. All right. We are going to buy the charge. I kinda wish I had the chart. All right, we are gonna go to the DLC. Yeah, the DLC for this game is called The Delicious Last Course, which is also the DLC. Hey, Hody, thank you for the 26 months. Garanto, thank you for the 18 months. Getting Worse, still solid. Kakaro, Teleskier, Lifebug. Thank you guys. Yeah, this chef promises that he can save Miss Chalice, which is one of the characters in this game. Miss Chalice is stuck as a ghost, and we're trying to save her. If I remember the lore of this correctly. And so this chef guy is gonna help us. He's totally gonna help us. All right. And also, so by playing this DLC, you get access to Mrs. Chalice, which is another playable character. It's a charm that you can equip. Miss Chalice is pretty fucking OP. She starts with 1 extra HP. She has a double jump and also a dodge roll, and she can parry with her dash. Which is kind of nice, but also kind of annoying sometimes, actually. And how do I do this again? Oh, right. So you can do a double dash. You can dash, jump, and then dash again. Very good. He's a very strong character. This guy will give us some extra coins. Thank you, buddy. And now we're gonna get stuck on the puzzle again because I can never fucking remember how to do this bullshit. Okay, so you need to look at the text. This is a puzzle, by the way, these 3 guys. So first is up left. Chat, we need to remember, all right, up left, up right, down left. Up left, up right, down left. Oh wait, up left, up right, down left. Fuck you, Chad. Jeez. You fucking bastards. Wait, is this not the spot? Oh wait, we need to buy, oh shit, I forgot. There's an item we need to buy from the store to be able to do this puzzle though. We need to buy this all-seeing eye. Or the broken relic, I guess it's called. Wait, was it up left, up, down left? There we go. Okay. All right. So this lets us fight the first boss. Yeah, this fight is actually kind of tough. Well, it's like kind of a boss fight. I'm already just gonna well, actually, we might have been fine. Oh my god, I'm fucking... This... Okay, so just to give some context... The red devil is the one that you need to shoot, and he's only red when you're looking at him. Oh no, I didn't mean to. Oh. Fucking die, dude. Oh. Oh my god, I just iframed that, bro. Holy shit, what the hell? How did I survive that? I thought I was fucking dead for sure. Forgot how fast this guy, like, instantly... God damn it, it's so easy to fucking miss a hit. No, fuck. Whatever, it's okay. Oh. This is not good. Forgot how fucking awkward this is to control. Is this tank controls? No. It's just like your brain wants when the screen tilts like that, your brain wants to like if your character is tilted to the left, you want to aim left to aim up. But the controls are the same. It's just because it's tilted, your brain wants to like adjust accordingly. I'm gonna retry that stuff.
Good day for a swell battle. Here goes.
I think I want to kill some of these guys. If I can. Fucking fridge. It's probably Jover. Maybe not, though. Oh. Okay. No, you can only parry with dodge. I don't remember if we're supposed to use charge shot for this or not. I think charge shot is fine.
Here goes.
First trying the DLC. Yeah. I mean, we are on normal difficulty. Fuck. If we were on expert, we probably would not be first trying. Oh my god, these fucking gnomes. This... Okay, that's a retry. This is one of the hardest fights in the DLC, in my opinion. Apart from the final boss. The final boss is, like, easily the hardest, I would say. I should have dove to the other one. That's good. I can't remember if these guys have separate health. I don't think they do. Oh no. I shouldn't have jumped there.
A great plan.
Fuck.
Now go. This match will get red hot. And begin.
Oh, I didn't fucking I didn't see this fucking gnome, bro. Alright, that's okay, that's okay. That's okay. No, no. Been 7 years since Cuphead. Yeah, but I mean the DLC was only like 2 years ago, right? It really wasn't that long ago, I don't think. Yeah, you're invincible during your ult. Was it 3 to 4 years? Damn. Time fucking flies. Alright, I'm gonna buy Crack Shot because it's actually kind of useful. And then that's probably all we really need. This is not going well, chat. Oh my god. Holy fuck, there's so much shit on my screen! So the strat for this boss is to spam dodge roll. Fuck. Bitch. Oh! This is cooked. Fine, we clutch this, surely. Nice. Oh. I love this game, man. All right. I need to go up the ladder. Wait, where's the ladder? We need to go do these before I forget. All right, so this is one of the sections of the DLC. It's like a gauntlet kind of thing. You have to do like 4 or 5 gimmick fights, as Ella would say. Hold on.
This match will get red hot. And begin.
We can actually cheese this, though. on. Let me try it. Let me try again.
A great slam and then stop. And begin.
Damn it. Yeah, you can get all the way to the top rafters and just, like, knock all their heads off. Isn't most of this game different gimmick fights? Yeah, but you don't actually, like, shoot in this. So they are definitely gimmick fights. Like, all of these fights, you don't actually even shoot your gun.
You're up.
So. I might be fucked here. I don't remember what the strat is for that sword attack.
Here goes.
Damn it. Pretty sure you can get more than one on that. Fuck. I think the charge attack is like the best one. You kind of want to like trade HP for parries here on this one though. He's almost dead. This has not been very fast, but... Okay. These chess challenges are the worst. I think they're pretty fun. I like them.
This match will get red hot. Now go.
So for this fight, we need to parry him and then put out the candles that he lights. After which we could parry him again. When did I run this? Like 7 years ago? Well, and then I ran the DLC when it came out for like a little while.
Here's a real high-class bout.
And so this fight is really fun. Damn it. Fuck. The goal of this is to basically parry the heads into him, and you can keep them like infinitely going if you do it right, but I'm kind of fucking this up really badly. Severed head juggling. It's really satisfying when you do this fight properly. You can basically just stay in the air like forever and just keep juggling them towards him. I'm using controller.
Here's a real high-class bout.
This is a kind of a difficult fight. You need to time the cannon. Time the cannon to hit her in the head. Getting good hits right now, though. Damn it. Damn it. All right. Nice. I think we only have 2 more fights left in the DLC. The DLC is over pretty quick. I mean, it's basically just a boss rush. Same with the normal game. I love the music for this one, though. Bro, I parried. And his fucking meat. Oh no. I think that hit. Ooh. Ooh. I think we got all the ingredients. Yep. All right, final boss time. Well, not final boss of the game, but final boss of the DLC. Also, we have 13 coins, so we could probably buy some stuff. So there's like new attacks that they added in the DLC. I don't really know if any of them are any good though. I feel like they were all kind of meh, sadly. I guess we grab the parry ring. All right, to the bakery. Salt Baker's Bakery.
Here's a real high-class battle. Now go!
Okay, well that was not a good.
This match will get red hot.
That was like a really bad flame spawn. Not gonna lie. Buried myself straight into a lime. This fight is actually like, this is not good. Fuck, man. Oh my god, I'm missing so many hits. Fuck.
Here's a real high-class
This boss is so much harder than like everything else in the DLC. It's kind of crazy. There's just so much shit on the screen in this fucking boss fight. It's like random which attacks he combines. Which... That was good. Oh, I can't. Ah! Okay. All right, this is not what I'm supposed to be using right now. All right, so this next phase is kind of annoying, so we're gonna do the easy mode strat, which is spamming this red attack, which auto homes on the enemy. Bro, it's missing everything! Wait, did they nerf this strat? Bro, it's missing so much. Maybe it just looked like it was missing. I don't know. Alright, not bad. Yeah, this is the final boss of the DLC. We still have a lot of the base game left. We saved Cuphead. That stare, dude. Fuck your bakery. Oh, I didn't mean to cancel the music. Oops. All right.
I am Chef Saltmaker. I have been a naughty crook. The recipe.
Yo, holy shit, Gale Catcher, thank you for the 50 gifted subs, man. Hold on.
I should not have let all of that
Close my window.
go to my head. Now I'll bake for good. Now I'll bake my bread.
Thank you so much, Gale. Thank you for the frickin' 50 gifted, dude. Thank you so much, man.
I have learned my lesson. I have learned my lesson well. It's better to bake in pen than to go.
Sorry. Horrible DJ skills, damn. Thank you so much, Gail. All right, back to main game. GG DLC. Anyone plays Mugman? Well, Mugman is there if you're playing as like as second player. I'm not. Well, whatever. Okay. I'm supposed to be using spread right now. Oops. What am I doing? Fuck. Luckily we just brute forced it. I gotta say, Mrs. Chalice really makes like the base game so much easier because you have 4 HP instead of 3. And you have a double jump. The only downside is the parry. I feel like the parry on Miss Chalice just isn't really as nice. There's also a really OP charm. So this charm here, heart ring parry for HP. You can't play as Miss Chalice if you use this, but basically it gives you up to 6 health during a boss fight. So this fucking ring is so good for, like, if you're playing on expert difficulty, this ring is so good because you just, I mean, you get 6 HP in a fight. Crazy good. When because I speedran 300% for this game, which is beating the whole game on expert and normal. Although, it's like the thing is, there's a glitch in this game that lets you start the game on expert difficulty, even though you're not supposed to. I was thinking about doing that for this marathon, but I also didn't want Cuphead to take like fucking 3 or 4 hours. Because I do want to get to the other games today in a reasonable time span. But yeah, I ran 300%. I missed a coin. Oh, that's okay. Are there any bosses where it's harder to use Chalice? Maybe. He hates Cuphead. Good. This is really good RNG. Oh, nice. No hit. Insane. That was a good fight. Yeah, charge shot is like really, really fucking good. Can this run be sub 1? I don't know. When did I start the game? I'm not sure. Like, how long has it been already?
A brawl is surely brewing.
I don't think this is gonna be sub 1 hour. I would be surprised. But funny enough, these pillars count towards the boss's health in this fight. So if you want to maximize damage, you shoot each pillar once. You shoot it once with the gun. Oh my god, I'm fucking up. Oh, actually, well, you shoot it with the gun, and then, oh wait, no. Oh, forgot about the strat. I want to just stay up here and just spam bombs. Yeah, those pillars count towards the boss health, so you want to like maximize damage on them, basically. We're definitely not beating it in under an hour. Damn it. Oh, we did so much damage. Okay. No secret phase. So yeah, another thing that's cool about this game is a few of the bosses have secret phases. If you do the fights in like a specific way, you can activate a secondary phase for some of the fights. You don't really get anything, but it's just cool. Just like Easter egg.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
Damn it. And that, some of these fights on normal are honestly so like so free. Maybe I should have done the expert, but I don't know. I didn't want to get stuck on this game for too long. Some of the fights on expert are actually quite difficult. I don't remember how to do the expert glitch either. I think it's pretty easy to do though. It's like, it's very simple. I think it's just like it's something to do with like loading a save or something. Can't remember.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
I mean, the difference between normal and expert is mainly just like boss health. Oh.
Good day for a swell battle. And begin.
Well, actually, that's not completely true. Like, these eggs that this guy spits out are so much faster on expert difficulty. Whoa. say. He's got to be dead soon. It's good RNG. Why am I bullying Bach? What? Oh, because I'm killing the chicken. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
A brawl is surely brewing.
Yeah, thank you again so much, Gale. Thank you so much, Gale Catcher, for the 50 gifted subs, dude. Thank you so much. And Ubi Rasta, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh yeah, it's a lot harder to parry the dragon's attacks as Miss Chalice here. These flames that jump are like so annoying. Do I know Sublime? Yeah, of course I know Sublime. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. King Dice, I'm the gamest in the land. I never play nice, I'm the devil's right-hand man. I can't let you pass, cause you ain't done everything. Bring me those contracts, come on, bring them to the king. If you have
Enjoy the music.
Haven't worked assiduously, no, I cannot let you pass. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Guy. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with King Guy. Don't mess with me. I'm Mr. King Dice. He just what I say. The devil has his price, and I'll.
All right. Final stage of the game, chat. Still a lot of bosses left, but this is one of the most annoying fights in the run, actually. I think we want to use Kablooey, maybe.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on.
I didn't mean to jump up here. Well, it's good that we got another attack. This should be... Well, that was a completely... That was terrible. We're dead. Oh, never mind. Luckily, we did a fuck ton of damage before this phase started, so she had, like, no health left. If we were on expert, we would have been fucked. This boss fight is not as bad. This boss fight is pretty bad. I still think it's just the platforms... The stage is so tiny, and the platforms constantly, like, fuck you over. I don't know. I think that's one of the, like, the hardest fights in the game, especially on expert. What's up, Blanks?
Good day for a swell battle. And begin.
Damn it. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Bruh. Oh, I'm fucked. Okay. Okay.
A great time ahead, son. Now go.
I can't remember the order that you want to kill these things. Maybe you want to kill the top first. Fuck it, I'm just gonna ult. I probably should have saved the ult for this phase though, because this phase is kind of a pain. Oh god. Oh my god. Fuck.
Here's a
Fuck.
real high-class battle. And begin.
Holy shit. There we go. That's why we want to save the ult, so we can just skip that phase, because it's kind of fucking annoying. I think that hit. All right. This is a stage with a secret mechanic. I guess I can show you guys. So if you jump on these angels, it activates a hidden phase. I can't remember what's different in the hidden phase, but actually, I was gonna say there was no way for me to get out of that, but I could have dodge rolled. Oh, right. So in this phase, you fight both. You fight both of them. You get anything for fighting the secret phase? Nope. It's just cool. The DLC also has like a really cool secret phase. I should have done the DLC one. I actually can't remember how to do the DLC one exactly, but I should have tried to do it.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
Oh, God damn it. Damn, bro, it's tanky. Holy shit. Funny enough, there's actually been like 3 seasons of the Cuphead show. I watched the Cuphead show. I didn't think it was that great or anything, but kind of surprised that they actually made like 3 seasons of it. Show came out before the DLC. It isn't good at all. I mean, I wouldn't say it's not. I wouldn't say it's terrible. It was kind of mid. It's really bad. I didn't think it was that bad, but it wasn't good. Maybe the later seasons were better. I don't know.
This match will get red hot. Here goes.
Yeah, I mean, it was mid. But I don't even think that hit him. I've been watching the Fallout show. I never ran any Fallout games. I don't know, there's a lot of games that I thought about running, but I never actually did. Like, I wanted to run Fallout, I wanted to run Skyrim at one point. I wanted to run... I don't know. The list goes on and on. There's so many games that I'm like, oh, that could be fun to speedrun, but then I never end up doing it, so...
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go.
Yeah, I mean, the Bethesda speedruns are generally really broken. Oh, I don't know. I'm surprised I didn't get hit there. And this has been a long phase. What? No! Oh, fuck. So the best strat here is to stay super close. If you stay super close, all you have to do is look for the spikes behind her. That's all you have to pay attention to. It's the strat. God, that was a long fight. Stay far away, got it, yeah. We have 2 bosses left. 3, actually.
A brawl is surely brewing.
Oh, hold on. We need to change our skill here. We want to use roundabout here.
Now go.
That's not very good. Oh my god, what am I doing? We might be cooked, chat.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
It's not what I wanted to do. This is a good RNG. Why didn't I use special? I wanted to. I was just waiting. But yeah, I should have used the special right away. You're right. Oh, no. Oh, that's good RNG. What's up, Delicious? Forgotten the meta after 8 years. Wait, what is the meta? What do you mean? What did I forget? The weapon swap glitch? Well, the weapon swap glitch... Crack shot is crack... I would be surprised if crack shot is better there. Just make you're using your super there? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Weapon swap glitch is kind of lame. Or, I mean, like, I think it was cool for speedrunning's sake, but I don't know. You kill the bosses so fast, they can't even, like, do anything. We're gonna go for the extra hearts.
A great slam and then some.
Oh, this is good RNG.
You're up.
Oh, what the... Also, if you want to do the DLC, you can't use weapon swap glitch anymore as well. All right, we need a 2 and then a 2. After the 1. I'm so slow with these dice. I'm always scared of like messing it up. You can only shoot the head of the chips. Oh, this fight's kind of annoying. Especially because we don't have smoke bomb. Oh, this actually kind of sucks. And it's... Oh, this is really bad, chat. This is like... a terrible fight to do as Miss Chalice. Fuck, I could have rolled out there. Oh, this fight's so bad. It's so much easier if you're playing. If it's this. I mean, I messed up there really badly, but this fight is so much easier if you're playing as Cuphead.
This match will get red hot. Now go.
This is not good, chat. This is not good. Probably fine. Alright, we need a 3 and then a 2.
This match will get red hot. Here goes.
I forgot how the hitboxes for the pink cards are like so forgiving. Alright. Devil. The devil fight's actually pretty tough. So you can actually give him the contracts if you want. And then he takes your soul. Era ending. But we figured I would just show it off. I actually forgot that the music is backwards when you say yes. Some Twin Peaks type shit.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
Oh my god, what am I fucking do? Ugh. Wait, it doesn't actually... I didn't realize it doesn't have a hitbox when it's like coming down. Well, we're probably gonna die, but maybe not. Oh. Why did I jump, bro? Why did I jump? What is wrong with me? Fuck. That was stupid. That was good. It's the eyes. Easy clap. GG Cuphead. Hour and a half, not bad. I think we only had to retry like a few times. Pretty good overall. Standard difficulty isn't that hard for Cuphead. If we did Expert, this run definitely would have taken a lot longer. Expert is like, some of the fights on Expert are actually really fucking hard. Expert gives the bosses more health, and I don't think they get new moves, but most of their attacks are faster. Everything is just like sped up. I love the music in this game, man. Some of the moves have extra projectiles. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, expert difficulty in this game is fun. And there's mods. If you feel like torturing yourself, there's mods for this game that are insanely difficult. That like, I don't know, turn this game into like an actual fucking bullet hell. Only 2 games remain. 4 games. 4 games. Which 4 games? Well, that's a surprise. But people who have watched my stream a lot probably know what the 4 games are, or have a decent idea. Hey, Slippery, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you, man. Yeah, we did Sekiro. You go again and try to beat the time. No. So this, I might make this marathon thing like a yearly thing. But yeah, I don't know if I'll do it more than that. It takes a lot out of me. But
Well, Cuphead gambled with the devil.
who knows how many more speedruns I may potentially do before next year. I mean, we're definitely gonna run Resident Evil 9. And apart from that, I don't know. Maybe we'll run Neo, maybe we'll try to run Neo 3, maybe Code Vein 2. The thing is, even if I want to run Neo 3 or Code Vein 2, there's not gonna be enough time. Like, maybe I could run it for like a week or something, but because Code Vein 2 comes out on the 26th of January, and then Neo 3, when is Neo 3? Like, February, it's like the start of February. I can't remember exactly. February 6th? Okay. And then, so yeah, on February 6th is Neo 3, and then Reanimal releases on February 13th, and then 2 weeks later, fucking RE9 releases. So like, if you do this again next year, make sure you ask people to use their Prime more often. Yeah. Probably missed out on like thousands of subs not telling people to use their Prime more often, but that's okay. I don't know, I don't like constantly being like, Chat, anybody got Prime subs? Any Prime subs? I don't know, it's just fucking... I feel like annoying saying that. Slippery, thank you for the 8 months, man. Overall better, thank you for the 12 months. Teraju, thank you for the 20 months. Thank you, man. Mixed Up, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Maester Elf, thank you for the 29 months. The thing is, people like always forget to use their Prime subs. So like, people do need reminding. I mean, hell, I forget to use my Prime sub all the time too. It's not even sub-bait. I mean, it's like, people just forget. Happy Like Pies, Wanky, thank you guys. Gray, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Stop, Drop, and Lol, the director, Morningwoods. Like, look at all these people in chat who just had Prime subs just sitting there. Boonstick, Fanto, thank you guys. Pink Tiger, Savior. Like, look at this. Everybody's got Prime subs. Jader, thank you for the Prime sub. Shiloh, Professor Beans, Combradex, Ultimantis, Inflatable Table, Onakaji, Zypher. Look, dude, like, why don't I tell people to, why don't I mention it more often? I don't know. Monkey Ears, Non the Wiser, Saya. Thank you guys. Cannibal Canyon, Nomad, Bastin TV. I don't know. I just feel I don't like asking for Prime subs, but at the same time, it's like people do need reminding. Like, so many people forget. Nomad, Bastin, Roglog, Cybernetic, Runner, Jimmy Beam, Grayodin, Data Thief, Chubby Nico. Oh my god. It's never ending. Thank you guys. Make it a command. Yeah, but if somebody types, if a command in chat that's like, remember to use your Prime sub, is not going to be as impactful as the streamer mentioning it. You know what I mean? There's a reason why every YouTube video says like and subscribe. Yeah, that's true. Gioconda, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you for all the Prime subs, guys. Thank you, everybody. Say it like once a stream. Well, the thing is, so a lot of people don't realize this, but the amount of people that like come in and out of a stream over the course of a day is crazy. Like, a streamer may have 5,000 viewers, but 50,000 people could come in, like, in and out of the stream throughout the day. Obviously, maybe that's like a bit much, but you get the idea. Like, people, it's not always the same people the entire day. Is 7K subs not enough? Of course it is. I mean, at the end of the day, though, I mean, people have Prime. It's literally just, it's not like people aren't even paying for the Prime subs. I mean, they're paying for Prime, but somebody has a Prime sub, it's just giving the streamer money for free in a sense. I know, somebody's like, it's actually not free, you have to pay for Amazon. Shut the fuck up, okay?
With that delicious last course.
Getting some home improvement money. I actually finished my basement in my house. Well, it's almost finished. I'll have to show you guys some pictures. The sex dungeon is complete. I'm just kidding. Yo, Fourth Frodo, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, man. Sakian, Hamp, Peaky Chad, Dragoness, Fraction, Woodman, Cryptos. Thank you guys for all the Prime subs, everybody. Giant Hopes, thank you for the 2 months. Have to give your prime to Ella for his sync addiction. I don't know what that means, but that's fine, man. Ella deserves it too. Alright guys, it's time for the next game.
If there's a single meal to help make Chalice real, it's a delicious last course. A delicious last course. A delicious last course. Such a gallant heart to make the wonder talk for the delicious last course. Using recipes to get necessities for the delicious last course. We can make it a song as long as nothing goes wrong.
I'm not sure which game I want to do next. There's two games that I am debating between. I think we are going to do... I think we're going to do this game next. It is time for Skong. I love Silksong, man. This game is so good. I can't wait for the DLC. Sadly, the run is so short. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of wish that I learned like true ending or something, but the thing is, this game has been rerouted like a million times for the true ending category has been rerouted so many times. And same with like 100%. Do Act 3 anyways. No, we're just gonna do any percent. Isn't true ending like 2 hours? True ending is like 2 hours and 50 minutes or something now. But people have been people have been running true ending since this game came out. Which, by the way, when did this game? When did this game come out again? Like 3 months ago? So yeah, I mean, dude, this game has one of like the most cultist communities of all time. Like, people have been running this game since the day it came out, and they will be running it for years to come. Like, I want to learn true ending in this game. I think that would be fun. But yeah, getting record in this game is never going to happen again. I missed my chance when the game came out. And even then, when the game came out, trying to get record in this game was hard as fuck too, because people were fucking going crazy on it. So I got my 100% save file. You DM'd me some tips for this game. I don't know why you messed. I don't know if you're actually being serious, but am I going flea route? No, we're just gonna do current patch. I don't know if I have old patch of this game downloaded anymore, and I don't know. Old patch is kind of it's like confusing. No, I'm just on current patch. At least I'm pretty sure, unless somehow the game the version that I have downloaded right now is old patch, but no, we're just gonna do the mist route. I never learned the last judge route, so hopefully I remember. I mean, it was only like 2 months ago that I ran this game, so I should still remember it fairly well. We may get confused a little bit here and there, but should be fine. We have to fight. We're gonna have to fight. What the fuck's his name? The big flying boss. Oh my god, my memory is so shit, bro. I don't know. We're gonna have to fight Mothwing? Morwing. Yes, Morwing. Yeah, we're gonna have to fight that guy. And we're also gonna have to fight Last Judge. You can technically skip Last Judge, but I don't know how to do the skip and whatever. You don't fight that many bosses in this run as it is, so we might as well just do Last Judge. Honestly, I kind of want to do like another playthrough of this game. I can't believe Ella hasn't fucking played this game yet. You fucking Ella. God damn you, Ella. He's got to play a fucking titty dinosaur game in fucking horror slop game number 7000. Ella hates Metroidvanias. That's not true. There's no way that's true. This game is so good, man. Hey, Agorius, thank you for the 25 months. Just a low viewers game. I don't think that's true, though. I feel like a ton of people would be excited to watch him play Silksong, but I don't know. Anyways, Ella has like 1 million viewers anyways. Who cares? I'm sure he doesn't. I don't think Ella cares about his viewer count that much. Or maybe he does, but it doesn't seem like he cares. All right. Anyways.
Friend.
Oh. Bro, what am I doing? Can I increase the FPS of this? Is it weird going from Cuphead to this game? No, not really. I mean, that's actually why I decided to do this game next, because Cuphead and this game are kind of like similar, so I figured... Also, I don't think I need... Oh my god, I almost fell. I don't think I need the... Bro! What the fuck? Alright, I'm gonna grab this bench because I really don't want to get sent back to the beginning of the game if I die to fucking Moss Mother. I really shouldn't die to Moss Mother, but never, never know. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that was good RNG. I missed a few hits, but that was good. Now Ella's chat is talking about Silksong nonstop. Wait, actually. That's funny.
Hey, come on. Hello.
Papa.
Papa. Bebero. Torodano.
Wenera,
Jomane.
Megina Fora,
Prataka.
Tamiyan,
Mimido. Prataka.
So for anybody who hasn't seen this game, it is faster to spam down pogo. This is like the basic movement tech of the run. I guess I'll grab this just in case I don't get sent back to Moss Mother if I fuck something up. Should be fine. Alright, so we're gonna go for a skip here. Hopefully we don't fuck it up. That's not... Damn you, you fucking... Fuck. You fucking shit bug. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Oh, saved. No, this is on current patch, I think.
fine.
So yeah, we're gonna have to get the cloak, which I'm really bad at doing the cloak quest, but that's fine. Whatever. I never practiced doing the cloak quest, so... Oops. I don't think I need this relic anymore, but I'm gonna grab it. I don't know. They like nerfed money costs like crazy in this game, so I don't think you need like any money at all anymore. But just for safety, I'm gonna do that. This is a cool little skip you can do to get up here a little faster. Bell Beast quick kill coming up. Yeah, probably not. They made everything cost like way less money. They made the economy of the game like way easier in the current patch. God damn it, dude. Getting hit by this guy is... I can't even go... Well, actually, no, I mean, I can still try to go for the Bell Beast one cycle, but... I don't remember exactly the amount of hits. I, like, kind of remember... Yeah, I can recharge on the threads. Oh, I can't do it anymore. Whatever. It's cooked. I don't want to die to the fucking Bell Beast, please. Why did I go for 2 hits, bro? You can't get 2 hits there. Why did I go for 2 hits? Oh, god damn it, dude. What? What? Why is the fuck? Why did the timer split 4 fucking times, bro? What the hell is that? Well, we could have gotten the 1 cycle there, but I forgot to throw the spear at the start. Whatever, man. That was 1 cycle RNG. I just fucking threw it. Oops. Come on, dude. I'm so bad. Oh my god. I'm so fucking bad, dude. Fuck. Hard stuck on Belby. Shut the fuck up, alright? God damn it, dude. It's gonna be a long run. No, it's not. No, it's not. Dude, I was missing health because I went for the fucking quick kill strat. Alright, I'm gonna go for the quick kill strat again. I don't care. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it, dude. Okay, well, now we're fucked. You gave me the fucking RNG too, dude. God damn it. Whatever, man. Washed up, dude. I'm missing so many hits! Quick kill from Belby's father. God damn it. That was terrible. Dude, why is the timer splitting though? That's so weird. What is causing it to split? Auto split? No, there shouldn't be any auto splitter for this game. Oh wait, unless... Do I have a scriptable auto splitter in my layout? Oh my god, wait, I do have an auto splitting runtime in my layout. Is that the Silksong? Oh my god, it is. It's fucking auto splitting. Shit, you're right. I had the fucking auto splitter in my live split layout, and it was fucking auto splitting. I was like, damn, dude, what the fuck's going on? I don't think this run should take that long. It's definitely going to be a bit longer than normal, but... I don't know if I need this geo money anymore. Or these beads. Yeah, this is any percent. Said that every game? That's not true. No, I'm not going for key route. Oh wait, no, not this way, not this way. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm so excited for Silksong DLC, man. That's not good. Bro, how do you miss that? What do you fucking mean, dude? This is terrible. Bye, happy? How many games have I finished? This is game number 47, I believe. Did I play at Dead of Night? I did. I don't really feel like that game would be that good for speedrunning, but... yeah, that game was cool. Alright, we don't need to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyways, because they're cute. Awoo! All there. Oh, nice. We got her in the fire. That does a lot of damage, by the way. When she fall, if you knock her into the fire, it does 8 hits worth of damage. I'm pretty sure. It's like fucking crazy how much damage it does. I think for the second fight, it's not as important. So for the old route, we would normally jump up here, but we're going to go down instead. We're gonna do the cloak, I believe. Oh, no. Go down. I don't know the movement in this area. I never practiced this route because I liked the flea route. But yeah, we have to do this quest to get the cloak. Which I'm really bad at this quest. We need to collect, what is it, 20 quills? Or actually, it might even be more. I think they like increased the amount of quills, but they made them like, I don't know. They like did something for this quest, which like affected the speedrun, I think. I can't remember. Oh, this is so scuffed. How many do we have? I don't fucking know, man. You can hit them as they like break off, but it's kind of difficult. So we can reset the room here. Bruh. Well, the quest isn't hard, it's just doing it quickly is hard. You can, like, throw a silk spear. Can you get close to... Okay, I think we got all of them. Yeah. Well, that was fucking terribly slow, but that's fine. I don't know how to do this part efficiently. I never practiced this part, so we're just kind of winging it. You almost started eating the pear butt first. Damn, dude. Let's go for the ass. Did I play Super Meat Boy? I did. You know what? This is completely random, but I was trying to look up Fall Guys. They got rid of the game on Steam.
Madon.
I didn't realize. I had no idea.
That's fine.
Alright, it's time for the last judge fight. It's a fun fight. if you could double Silk Spear that. And this fucking boss is tanky as shit. Have I seen the current routes and strats for Silksong? Well, not for true ending. I mean, I know the any percent route does the last judge now. That's like the fastest route. I mean, I know you're supposed to skip that boss that I just did there, but oh, that's not. Oh wait, actually I think I need to destroy this. Not last judge again? Really? I'm pretty sure any percent is last judge. Any percent does missed? Wait, what? What? I can't remember. Is this the closest checkpoint for the... Oh wait. Is this the closest checkpoint for Morwing? I actually don't know. I might want to grab this. Switch from Mist to Judge and back to Mist. Wait, why is Mist faster then all of a sudden? There's the tavern. Oh, okay. Is... percent is sub 50. Yeah, people have gotten really, really, really fucking good at this game. Wait, isn't there like a combat section that I have to do up here though before the halfway house? Or am I? Wait, no. Please don't fucking let me die here. Dude, I'm so scared of this. Fuck, I like... Jesus Christ, dude. Chill. You can, oh yeah, you can hit the bell. Yeah, you're right. Regardless, I don't know, I was fucking scared, man. I don't remember the way to Morwing. I think you gotta go up here and then through. I remember we had the same issue before. I think it's through here. Is it in here? Wait, no. Isn't this the... No, it's not here. God damn it, dude. I'm fucking lost. Okay, wait a sec, though. I want to grab the... Wait, no. The checkpoint is down below here? Open the map. Wait, no. The checkpoint... Wait, I don't know. I'm fucking confused. I thought there's a check... Isn't this the... That's so far away. Whatever. We're not gonna die. It's fine. Is there a shortcut? Ah, whatever. It's fine. Let's just fucking go. Fine. Guy's really not that hard. All right. Man, I miss playing Silksong. Dude, it was like the first week of playing this game, like 100%ing it was so much fun. Remember I used to grab this? I don't think I need that. Oh, fuck. This might be cursed now. Oh, it seems like it's fine. kind of scared. I'm doing the mist route because that's what I ran before. Ay, ay, ay. Not taking the bench there? Wait, what bench? This is really slow, but I really... Oh my... I just really don't want to die. Okay. Arama. So this is a skip that we're doing. Probably do it one more time. Oh, bro, this guy's positioning is fucked. Well, fuck me. That was awful. Ah. Bro, get the fuck out of my way, you bitch! Whatever. My favorite boss, and in what game? Bro, that's... I don't know, man. I like Orphan of Kos and Bloodborne. Karma. Yeah, Grandmother Silk is good. I like that fight a lot. Not bad. Only one game left? No. Hey, Night Sky Cat, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you, man. Why are there only VODs till day 9? I forgot to make the other ones public. Yeah, that's my bad. If you subscribe to my VODs channel on YouTube, I think all of them are there. Oops. I use controller. Keyboard mouse is better for these games, though. If I didn't put a cap, you would have needed to run every game you've... Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's not that many games that we didn't do in this marathon. I mean, there's like Death Stranding, and I guess like Scrutinized. Maybe a few other games. I don't know. The thing is, there's some games that I like kind of forgot that I ran. Because I never... There's some games that I never submitted runs for on YouTube. I did run Darksiders 3, yeah. Yeah, Death Stranding, Neo, Scrutinized. So I didn't do Super Mario Odyssey. Larksa really wanted me to do Super Mario Odyssey, but God, that game would be a fucking disaster. I never really ran Hitman. Oh yeah, Wukong. Toilet bitch as well. Are you talking about getting over it? No, we did getting over it. What am I doing? Alright. We're gonna activate this so we can come back later. Oh yeah, Doom Eternal as well. Alright, we need to sell some stuff.
To me again. Fadastama.
Welianis
Cadestre.
oralo.
Yeah, I never ran Dark
Genifora.
Ages.
Bravin, bravin.
This with the true end boss? No, we're just doing any percent.
Erraka.
Miofene.
At Dead of Night 2 is supposed to come out this year. Oh, really? Yeah, I liked at Dead of Night. I thought that was pretty good. Alright. Well, we got our nail upgraded. Needle, yes. My apologies. I played Ghost Runner. I have. I actually thought about speedrunning that game as well, but I never did. Speedrun for that game is really cool. It's very, like, technical, though. Why am I going this way? I'm gonna go down and grab this checkpoint because I don't want to get completely fucked if I die in this section coming up. Well, we have the cloak, so yeah, we can try the Shaow skip. Chalamet. Oh my god, bruh. I'm so bad at, like, I don't know, this guy's fucking movement. I think I'm supposed to down, I think I'm supposed to down pogo him to the right. Bro, it's so, I don't know what it is about this guy. I just can't fucking... So bad! Oh, fuck, I'm so... It's so, like, I don't know what it is about this guy. He's so awkward to pogo. Like, he just, he sees in the, you have to, like, predict him. Alright, well, this is, oh, controller cucked me there. Bro, no fucking way, dude. Fuck. whatever, man. Whatever. Fucking whatever, dude. Trying to go as fast as I can, okay? Leave me alone. I did God of War OG and I also did God of War 2018. I ran both God of Wars, so yeah, I kind of forgot about those too. The OG God of War speedrun is like super fucked though. Oops. Oh, right, it's this stage. Well, that was good. I forgot this stage is... I fucking hate this place. Fucking missed. This place sucks ass. Is there any right path here? Wait, I can go right or left. This should be fine. Yeah. But I think if we go left, is that gonna... I don't know, whatever. Fuck it. Fuck it, it's fine. Bro, where's the... I don't know. This place is such a fucking nightmare. I think it's up. Oh god, this is not good. Like for some godforsaken reason, you're... Is it here? I don't think it's here, chat. Fuck, dude. I think I've fucked myself. Oh, I can't be here. Oh, fuck. Wait, maybe we just had to do an extra? Maybe we're still good? Please? No? Okay. It was here, right? Okay. I think we're at 3 again, and now we gotta do 4 and 5. Yeah. 6. Nice. All right. We made it. This is old route. This is like current patch cloak route. Current patch cloak mist route. I could have probably made that. Not sure. Right. Yeah, I like this fight a lot. It's fun. Oops. Well, that's not good. Safety. What? Phantom 2 fight. Maybe in the DLC. The DLCs for Silksong are gonna be so sick. Is there a release date for the I mean, like, I know it's supposed to come out this year, but is there like an actual date for the DLC? Can't remember. No? Okay. I mean, I was just curious. It was just it's just a question. Bro, what the fuck is, what is going on? I mean, the run for this game is like an hour. This is probably going to be like 2 hours though, or something. Well, maybe less. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe like an hour and a half. Yeah, hopefully we don't get stuck on the High Halls Gauntlet, but we're getting +2 needle, so should be okay.
Ironare.
Sasakurime.
Yanara. Da, Fenestra.
Vienta.
I love the music here. It's so good. I wanted to grab a safety bench, but I didn't. So. Whatever, it's fine. Surely I won't die to this fight. Oh no, I still have fucking parry on. Oh, that's not good. Forgot to switch it back. Wait, didn't they like buff parry or something in current patch? Isn't it like better now? I don't think they nerfed this fight at all. I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same. You can save quit here to skip some animation. It actually saves quite a lot of time, I think. Yeah, this boss doesn't have a shared health pool, just to clarify for people. So, like... I'm gonna go in here and grab this bench. Unless, I can't remember, does it set your spawn points after the Cogwork Dancers? I actually don't know. I know it sets your spawn point after, like, the puzzle, or whatever it's called. Oh, great. I should have went for it there. Should have went for the... God, how is that... This part is fucking so annoying. I don't have the needle harpoon. Yeah, it's very nice that you only take 1 damage now. This fight is actually... also, I still have parry. Dude, I need to equip the Silk Spear, dude. This is kind of nice. That's not good. The boss time? This enemy. Yeah, I can't switch to Silk Spear unless I rested a bench, guys. Which is, I would love to equip Silk Spear. Bro, what the fuck is this? Wait, where am I? Let's go. Am I? This is not where I want to go. Bruh, what? Bro, how? Grab the fucking ledge. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I want the pale oil. Pale oil just makes, like, it just makes the run a lot safer. Open the upper cogwork door. I don't think that you... Do you still do that? Because I think you go... You don't go that way anymore. Not Trobio yet. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, actually no, that's fine. Are you? I feel like you're. I don't think you I don't know. I think some of you in chat are like outdated with the strats, or maybe I'm just being stupid. I don't know, but yeah, let me equip the spear.
Ravin, Ravin. Bonva, Nama Elo.
'Cause we go through that, you know, that big elevator that, or not, sorry, not elevator, there's like that big shaft that you can move in like direct, you can flip it like vertically or horizontally. We go through like the horizontal path there, back through the gear room, and then that takes us right to where we need to go. Okay. After we upgrade, what does the pale oil do? It upgrades our weapon. Oh, wait, why did I grab this fucking bench here? What the f— oh, right, because I was equipped. Oh, whatever. It's— area is good against Trobio. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, like, how much stronger is the parry now that it got buffed? Same damage as Silk Spear, but only if it doesn't whiff. Oh, okay. Well, that's good at least. Robio, you fucking bitch. Robio. You know, it's actually funny, like, I watched this like video who it showed like all the voice actors, like what they— wait, what? There was a video that showed what all the voice actors look like in Silksong, and so many of the characters like look like they're— I don't know how to describe it, but actually, wait, no, I don't know if it's their appearance. I think like the bosses are literally named after the voice actors' names. But also their appearance, kind of. I don't know. It's funny. They look like bugs? No, but... like, for example, you know the guy that rides the— I don't remember what his name is. He rides the big bug and he has the big mustache or whatever. You see him, like, around the world or whatever. Garmon. Yeah, that guy, the voice actor has, like, a giant mustache as well. I should just be silk spearing him when he does— oh my god, what am I doing? Oh, that was so lucky. Fuck you, Trobio. This is a terrible fight. Dude, stop spamming the fucking cyclone! I mean, I like the Trobio fight. In the speedrun, it's kind of fucking annoying, though. I never really practiced the Trobio fight enough, though. I think the best way to deal with the best punish for the tornado is just to spam the silk spear if you can. Trying to punish it with melee is kind of difficult. You're supposed to fall there? Oh yeah. Whatever. That's okay. Let's see, am I still on old patch? I don't think so. Pretty sure this is current. Oh, I'm dead. I am definitely dead. What am I doing? Fuck. I don't remember the setup, dude. You go like center of the chains, and then I think you turn. I think you cut to the right or you cut to the left after a certain point. I remember. Try my best, man. Enough to heal here. You know what? I am slightly scared, and I'm gonna grab this bench because I don't want to spawn. If I die, I'm gonna spawn all the way down at the fire area, which is kind of fucking annoying, so. I mean, hopefully I shouldn't die, but I always forget that you can just run under this guy. It's like such a bait. He baits you so hard. Oops. %? Yeah, this is just any %. One more. One more. Wasn't this meant to end 10 games ago?
Nesvia?
No. Do I prefer this over Hollow Knight? I mean, I like them both. I think the movement in this game is really fun. Compared to... Like, this game is just such a step up in terms of movement from Hollow Knight. When you go back and play Hollow Knight, it feels so, like, basic now. Which is fine. I mean, Hollow Knight is still great. The movement in this game is, like, so good. Wait a sec. Is that... One more up. Here we go.
Yanara.
What's up, Pontus?
Kadastama.
I actually think I should grab the bench here,
Miayan.
because there's a decent chance I'm probably gonna die. Doesn't take that much time to grab it, so... Yeah, I'm so excited for the DLC for this game. Before the DLC comes out, I'm definitely gonna do like another 100% playthrough of the game. But yeah, for whoever was saying... that we can just go back through here. That doesn't matter if we activate the shortcut ahead of time. I guess I'll grab this. I don't know, I'll just go full fucking Pete Strats, whatever. Yeah, I'm on controller. Yeah, Pontus. From all the way back down here? What the fuck? I'm just gonna go this way. I'm also just gonna kill this fucking Steam guy because he's a piece of shit. Okay, wait, maybe I won't. But I don't know. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, what am I doing? Whatever. I'm rusty at this part, man. I'm rusty at this fucking part. I don't fucking remember. I mean, I kind of remember, but I don't. I was making it look easy. I don't know about that, but... What's up, Blue? Yeah, I did not practice this place for 19 hours. It was not that long. Gonna learn from me? What, learn how to fucking be washed up at this game? Man, I could have made it. The new movement tech. Is there new movement tech? Isn't there like... Yeah. You can do some like cool stuff with the cloak here. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, what is happening? That was too close to the wall. Well, I'm probably dead again. I'm so rusty, man. God damn. Fuck, dude. No, I haven't seen it, Blue. Throwing. I'm not trying. Well, I remember I remember you could pogo the Volt vessel thing, but is there something like new? Because I thought that was used... Wasn't that used in like 100% for a while? Alright, we can go through here. Well. Yeah, I kind of want to learn, like, true ending. Oh, I just wanted to grab my... wanted to grab my shit, man. Alright, we did it. That was terrible, but whatever. Oh god, I don't remember. Is it... Dude, I spent so much fucking time here too, and I don't fucking remember. It's like... Is it 2 here? 2 on this? No. Oh no. It's... And then it's... I remember this one is 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, and then do I also hit this one? No, that's not right. No, this isn't right. Wait, are these both 3? 2? Oh, dude. Oh, now I've got the giga fucked. Oh. Okay. Got the giga fucked platforms. Was I not supposed to hit this top one? Chat. It's fucking Jover, dude. That one might be correct. You know... You know... Oh, wait, that looks good. We almost got it, guys. Dude, the worst part is I spent so much time practicing this fucking room. Okay, well, it wasn't that much time, but I spent like an hour or two practicing this room to do it like fast, and I don't know. It's just, it's so fucking hard to remember all this stuff, man, when you haven't done it in a while. I actually used to have, well, I used to have it like written down on my other monitor. Yeah, it's a shame I never got like an actual decent run finished before. Oh god. Now we go. Oh my god, what am I fucking doing? I remember. Fine. I saw there's like a new routing that you guys do as well, like you go through, well, I guess it's for the last judge route, but you like activate this shortcut ahead of time for this. This room kinda, I don't like this room that much. Remember, gotta use the harpoon more. Really, I'm not gonna mess this up again. Yeah, Silksong I should try Silksong Rando at some point. Did you finish that, like, flea bottle run, Blue? Actually, I think I was watching you fight Grandmother Silk when you did that, so I'm sure you did. God Pixel? That skip saves like 3 seconds. Saves like 3 seconds. God, I always forget you have to go up on this guy. Yeah, I know. Well, it's... Yeah, I know there's a setup. It does look sick. That's true. It's like... Oh, I'm dead. Pogo slash wall, pogo again, pogo plus down dash. Hold on, let me write that. Let me write that down. I'll try it. I'll try it. I've seen the setup before. Like I remember seeing it. I always make this mistake. Wait, isn't it? Wait, wasn't it right here? Wait, didn't I already miss it? No, I'm sorry. Sorry. I got. I'm sorry. Revert the autosave. I don't know if I care that much. Yeah, there's like a strat for anybody who's wondering what the hell Blue's talking about in the chat, there's a strat that you can like, there's like a pixel where you can fall through the spikes there, and instead of pulling the chain, you can fall through the spikes. It only saves like 2 seconds though. How much damage did the flea brew do? Like 2 or something? Like a quarter of a nail hit? Like a base nail or something? That was not a good silk spirit. Bruh. That was so close to being a triple. I don't know if I should have done a silk spear there, chat. Oh, actually, it's... Yeah. I shouldn't have done the silk spear there. Oh, the fucking bees! Not the bees, man. You know what? I'm putting on the mirror. I was trying to go fast. Yeah, we just used the starting press the whole run. Oh my. Just going for the face tank. How much damage does the mirror do anyways? Bro, he actually got me with that? I guess I was... I really didn't think he'd get an angle to throw the bee at me. I'm sorry, believers! I'm sorry! I'm throwing! I need to be using, dude, I need to be using the fucking... I need to be using the harpoon in combat. Like, the harpoon is so good. I always forget. I always forget to use the harpoon. Oh, come on, dude. This is... I'm dead. I knew I shouldn't have healed there. Well, actually, I'm probably okay. We're fine. Bro. Oh. Fuck, dude. Oh my. Bruh? Just fucking die, man. Okay, focus. Such a bad gauntlet, but it's okay. All right, focus. Here we go. We're going up to the cheat corner. That wasn't too bad. It wasn't good. 16 minutes? Oh no, we're fine. Wait, what was it? What was it? Sub 2 hours? Yeah, no. Wait, 16 minutes. Oh yeah, sub 2 hours. Okay. Yeah, no, we got sub 2 hours. Like, fucking easy peasy, dude. I don't know if you're still here, Blue, but how fast is the true ending run now? Was it like 250? I know it's below 3 hours now. I mean, I am washed at this game. I'm gonna grab this. The thing about speedrunning though, chat, is like, if you haven't practiced a game in a while, it's really hard to... There's just, like, it's really easy. Like, if you spend a day or two practicing a game, you'll get back into the swing of things really quickly. But you need to practice if you want to, like, try to run a game at, like, a decently high level. You sure? Been speedrunning for 12 years. I'm pretty sure. my next main speedrun game? Probably Resident Evil 9. Only 12. I don't know if I have record in any category anymore. The thing about, like, if you want to keep a record in a game, at least, unless you run some fucking unknown game that nobody ever runs, like, you're never gonna keep record in a game unless you continuously run it. The only games that you're gonna keep record in are games that nobody fucking plays. Oh, what am I? The stagger. Man, the fights in this game are so much fun when you get the rhythm down, though. That's my bad. Oh, it's okay, believers. Don't worry. It's just a warm-up. Just a warm-up. I keep thinking that okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Focus. Focus. It's not Jover. Stop. Stop. We can do this. We can do this. All right, I'm fucking locking in. I'm locking in. No more greed. No, it's not the last boss. There's still one more after this. Oh, that's good. Bro. I'm skipping Act 3. Yeah, guys, I don't know how to speedrun fucking Act 3. Also, Act 3 has like... Oh, right, I need to talk to her. Act 3 has like a million requirements. It's like... You gotta fucking do 1,000 quests just to start Act 3. It's fun. It is fun, but it has no place in the marathon right now. I am not trying to do a 10 to 20 hour Silksong run because I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. I mean, before the DLC for Silksong comes out, I'm 100% gonna do like another 100% playthrough of the game. But yeah, until then, I don't really, probably won't be doing 100% unless I learn like true ending or something, but I don't know if we're ever gonna learn true ending for this game. So really, it's a long category. It's a lot of stuff to remember. Trending record is like 2 hours and 50 minutes or something like that. For safety. Yeah, this fight is really fun with the harpoon. I think the most fun fight in the game with the harpoon is I can't remember the fucking name of it. Is it like it's like an optional fight. Ah, damn it. Yeah, Lost Sinner, that's the one. Oh, shit. Okay, that's good. Nice. GG Silksong. Not my best Silksong run, but that's okay. I love playing this game. The boss fights in this game are so much fun. Like, any percent in Silksong is so much better than base game Hollow Knight, in my opinion. The fights are so much more fun. I mean, I still like running both of them, but the fights in fucking Hollow Knight is like, you only fight like 4 bosses, and Umu is fucking awful. Watcher Knights is fun, and Hollow Knight is fun. And then there isn't, you know, I wish that there was a boss in like this, a boss in the Beast Den in base game Hollow Knight. I feel like it's kind of like a missed opportunity that there isn't a boss in the Beast Den. All right. Boss in the Beast Den is a Discord mod. Wait, a what? Wait, what did I just read? Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat. And then it's time for the next game. Take a short break. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. One hour, 48 minutes. It's time for the next game. This prediction, is a bit of a short prediction. All right. Why? Why can you even set it to 240 hertz when the game only runs at fucking... The game only runs at 60 FPS anyways. All right. I'm not sure what kind of run I want to do for this. I'm thinking maybe miracles or pyromancies will do. Yeah, we could do pyro, I guess. D. Pyromancer. Very large. Need to do a little bit of randomizing. I want to get a good color. That looks good. Nice red. All right. Let's do it. We're going to watch the intro, though. It's a classic. We got to do it.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire, and with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath, the Scaleless, betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark side.
Yeah, we are doing all bosses. Oh wait, let me edit this.
The undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away to await the end of the world.
Pyros are really good. So this shouldn't be too bad. We're gonna need to dupe. But it's not like duping really matters, because... Well, the main reason we need to dupe is because it costs like a fucking million souls to fully upgrade the goddamn Pyro Glove. Kind of a pain in the ass. How does the game look in 4K? It looks marvelous. There isn't really that many cutscenes in this game, at least, that take up that much time. There's like a few, but it's not that bad. This is the DS game that has ladder warp. I think ladder warp works in both of the games, right? So we want to roll here to aggro this enemy early. He will hear our roll. Oh, that's not good. Shoot some fireballs up his ass. No worries. This feels good as fuck for a demon. Well, it killed him, so I can't imagine it feels that good. Are we duping? Yeah.
In the ancient legends, it is stated that one day an undead shall be chosen. To leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage.
I mean, we could do no duping, but I don't know. I'm not trying to have the DS1 run take. Like I don't know. I just want to go fast. Why not skipping cutscenes? Because I've never seen this cutscene before. Alright, the thing is, we do need to free Petrus, or wait, no, not Petrus, sorry. Petrus is the miracle guy. What the fuck's the pyro guy's name? Too many names. Laurentius, right. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say Laurentius, but then I was like, is that right? Yeah, anyways, we need to free the pyro guy. So we can get some more spells, and then after that we need to go down and buy the better spells from for Quelaag from Quailana. Oh, hold on, I want to go human, even though this is not very good for time save, but we got to bring out our true colors, the true red. Oh yeah. Red man. Why is this butt so thick? Well, I made him very large. Alright, so we are going to grab RTSR right off the rip. I think. What is AB? All bosses. Actually, alright, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to this is time loss, but I will change it to DS1 all bosses because splits are big enough where you can actually see it. And people are going to keep asking. Ah, shit, that's not good. I might die here. I don't know, sometimes you still die. Why borderless and not full screen? Because if I alt-tab the game, it's annoying as fuck. Come here. Bruh. I can backstab him, right? Oh my god, dude. Why am I even killing this guy? Alright, I'm just gonna run past him. Why am I even killing this guy? I was just like, you know, whatever. We'll see. Maybe we'll get a Black Knight Halberd. Oh, I'm going the wrong fucking way! I'll try one more time. Well, this, I can't remember. Does this, I don't think, okay. All right, fuck it. Fuck it, man. Blue Titanite chunk. Nice. I was fussing over time loss. Yeah, whatever. Whatever, man. We gotta go for the Gamba. It's just a given. How do you only have 8 Estus Flask? The very first bonfire of the game starts kindled. So it has 10 Estus instead of 5. We don't actually need to kill any lizards. All we need is souls. Am I going for Albert? No, we're gonna do a pyro run. Great Club in this game is super fucking good. I used Great Club in my wood-only marathon, and that was like... It was so good, actually. We get enough souls to fully upgrade? Yes. Well, we're gonna cheat. In fact, you know what, I'll just cheat right now. Watch this, chat. Alright, so we are gonna store 999 arrows, and then we're gonna open up the save quit screen on this menu, and we're gonna pop this soul 999 times. Yippee.
Don't get you.
The thing is, pyros don't actually scale with any stats in this game. All they scale with, well, you can get 45 dex to increase your casting speed, which is kind of nice, and I guess we can get a bit more attunement slots, and I'm gonna get a little bit of health, so I don't get completely fucked by Capra Demon. Is that enough souls? I don't know, Duck. Alright, we're gonna go down to Firelink now. We're gonna go down to... I'm doing all bosses. Bro, it says it on the screen, man. I'm gonna do all bosses, and we're gonna... Yeah, we're gonna go free Laurentius. Duck, I ask you this every single fucking time, and you'd think I would remember, but... What level does the glove need to be to... for Quailana to appear? Is it plus 10? It is 10. Okay. Hold on, we gotta go human again. It's just really important. I've done pyro only without duping. It's not that bad, but it's just like you basically just have to put all of your souls towards upgrading the pyro flame. And the most annoying thing is that you have to keep going back to Quailana like so many times to keep upgrading the fucking glove. It's just kind of like tedious. All right, we are gonna do a glitch here. Hopefully we have 6 fire bombs. Hopefully I don't fuck this up. We're gonna get up on this ladder. Almost. almost. God damn it, dude. All right, we need to set up our equip load here. What about without the gloves? Okay, how much do the gloves weigh? Oh, they weigh a lot. Wait, 1.6. All right, well, let's see. Hopefully. I think I rolled off at the wrong spot. Oh! Was that intentional? Yes. As wrong position as you could get. Is it I need to roll earlier, right, Duck? I can't fuck. Dude, listen, guys. I have 48 games worth of knowledge crammed in my head right now, all right? It's fucking it's confusing. All right? Oh my god, let me up. Oh, okay, Duck. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the air roll because I'm not sure. Dude, okay, what is going on? Yeah, I mean, I ran this one a lot, but like this. Oh my god. Okay, it's right here that you roll, I'm pretty sure. And then we need to jump right here. Should be good. All right, and now we need to free.
Yes, you. Here, over here, please. You must.
I don't remember where this is. Oh, okay, we freed him. Nice. Easy fucking clap. All right. So the whole reason we're doing this is to free the NPC. We need to hit... No, it doesn't kill him. He should be free now.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, you have to say no to this guy, which always confuses me. We're gonna buy... No, just buy all of his shit.
Goodbye then. Come back.
Thanks, dude. I'm like jerky, dude. I hate it. Should I even go down to... I mean, I could just... Oh, fuck. I don't know. I don't know if I should go... Do I go down? Wait, don't I have to kill Quelaag for Quailana to appear, or does... Oh my god, I'm so rusty, dude. I don't fucking remember. I don't know if it's worth going down here to Quailana already, but we're gonna do it, I guess. Like, we could probably just do Iron Golem and ONS with Fireball and Fire Orb. I think it's better just to do them with the spells, but... Yeah, duck. Well, I guess immune to fire. I know. Oh, I know. I.
Yes, but I. Now go. What?
Thanks, lady. Bro, let me hit you. Oh my god. Oh wait, we don't do like... Right, you know what? That's fine, you get to live. Firestorm is kinda... I don't know if I even want to try to use Firestorm. Don't you need to go back multiple times to upgrade the glove to 30? No, the glove is at max now, plus 5. Doesn't she sell pyros? Yeah, we already bought all the pyros. Alright, well, let's go free Griggs. I guess we should have freed Griggs and then done the ladder skip, maybe. We could also just go kill... I guess we should kill Taurus if we're here. You think... Can I Fire Orb? I don't think Fire Orb has enough range, but... Oh my god. Bro, what is that range? That is nothing. I thought maybe I could just kill the merchant here. Actually, you know what? No, I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I'll buy the... Is there anything else I want to buy? I guess some extra fire bombs if I need. If I somehow catastrophically fucking fail on Bed of Chaos, but I think we should be fine. I haven't messed up Bed of Chaos in a long time. Alright. PewDiePie skip. Here we go. No. Fuck. I went too slow. Alright, so PewDiePie skip chat is interacting with this door before this guy starts yapping. You need to interact with the door at like max range. PewDiePie actually pulled off this skip in his first playthrough, so we named it after him. He didn't mean to, but he did. I mean, it's not like it's a hard skip. It's just like, you just interact with the door from max range. all boss run. Most of the bosses in this run are gonna die in like fucking 2 attacks, but this is gonna one-shot him. 2-shot. Okay. It's fine. I'm not gonna die to Taurus, surely. Okay. We are gonna buy some spells from this bro. Gonna buy Fall Control. That's really all we need. Catalyst, Lingering, and Bellowing. For some reason, Bellowing Dragon Crest Ring in this game increases Pyromancy damage, even though it says boost sorcery. I think. I don't know. It's fucking weird. I don't know why it's like that. How do I have a 15 glove? I cheated. I'm a dirty cheater. Forgive me. Yes, no, I'm a glitcher. That sounds so stupid. Also, what is going on with my crotch? Like blue. What's up, Mario? Alright, so we are doing a skip. This, I mean, I'm sure 90% of you in this chat right now know what the skip is. This is called Sen's Gate skip. We're gonna go through the Sen's Gate. Hello? Oh, there we go. We're glitching the game. The game thinks we're dead, so the camera is all fucked up, and because of that, the assets for Sens will not load in. The collision on the ground loads in, but the gate does not. So yeah, we can just run through the gate and then quit out, and we'll be behind it. Yeah, this is like, you don't remember how to do this without deathcam? Oh, like how you do it normally? I mean, you just kill Quailag and gargoyles. Oh, you know, maybe I should have killed gargoyles so I could get the Fap ring. Well, I guess we don't really want the Fap ring if we're gonna use Bellowing Dragon Crest anyways. Yeah, the reason that the skip is so good is because it allows you to not have to go into you don't have to go down to Quailag twice. So Vera, Juicy Moose, thank you for the resubs, guys. Yeah, I mean, I need to kill the gargoyles. Just do it later. You can't do true pyro only in this game, because Quailag and Ceaseless are immune to it. And Centipede Demon, I think, right? I guess I think Bed of Chaos is also immune to fire. I mean, he only has like 5 health, but you can't poison Quelaag though. How do you do it? You just have to kill them with melee. Oh yeah, Black Flame does physical damage, so that's true. You actually can use Black Flame. I think it's kind of ass though. Like, I don't know if you actually have enough casts to do it. Well, whatever. We'll just burn his crotch. It's fine. Does Dust Crown Ring work on pyromancies? Yeah, it should. Can you glitch unlimited casts? There's some spell, if there's some spells that you can get like a bunch of copies of, but I don't think you cannot duplicate spells that are picked up from the ground. You can dupe some of the spells that you buy from merchants. From what I remember. What's the most OP spell in the entire game? I mean, probably Dark Bead. I think there's some spells that are like situationally better than Dark Bead, but Dark Bead is definitely like the most OP out of everything, I would say. Why this order of bosses? I mean, yeah, you just want to kill ONS as fast as possible, so you get the ability to warp. I want to try Silver Knight Archer Skip, but I really don't remember like the pathing for it. Oh my. Damn it. I ran myself out of stamina there, so I couldn't sprint when I wanted to. So there's a skip you can do here. If, oh god, hello. Bro, why are all the fucking Guardian? Wait, actually, wait a sec. Can I do the skip already? Do I have to pull the lever? No. No, yeah, you do it like this. This is gonna go terribly. I think I can't remember if I meme roll here. Also, I need to put on the Lingering Dragon Crest. I can't remember if you do a plunge here or if you... Do you need to turn the stairs? Oh, fuck. Do you meme roll for this or do you plunge? Or I guess you can do both. Oh, right. Good skip. Thanks, man. I have to push this twice, right? No? Oh, right. Okay. I can't remember when you can quit out. How much does the Sorcerer's Catalyst weigh? Oh. I'm not making shit up, okay? You can just air roll from where you loaded in. Oh, I thought there's a kill... Is it not from here? This is totally saving time, chat. Don't worry about it. Or you did the old version? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think the problem is that my memory is so cooked. Like, it's so hard to remember where... do I go left here? Can I get up? Is it this way or is it the other way? I hope it's this way. I think it's this way. What do we accomplish? You'll see. Assuming I don't die to the timer. I think I did that right? Oh, nope, I went the wrong... I went the wrong way, bro. I went fucking left, but it was to the right. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Fuck. I was wondering if I went the... Oh, son of a bitch, dude. I would... I'm just gonna go the slow way. Whatever, dude. I mean, to be fair, I do kind of want to get the bonfire here anyways, and going that other way, you don't get the bonfire before ONS. So, like, I don't think the skip saves, like, any time if you don't... I don't think the skip saves any time if you grab the bonfire. It's not Covium, it's true. I just wanted to show off the cool skip. Anyways, that skip, the skip goes, you go through the gate where the blacksmith is how it works, chat. Gonna be doing Duke skip on the wrong elevator. Okay, Duck, I'm not. I remember where the Duke skip elevator is, okay, dude? Oh, come on, man. Probably should have bought some green blossoms. Oh, that's okay. I don't know what I should use for ONS. Like, should I use Great Fireball? Should I use Combustion? He's probably gonna dodge if I try to use Fireball. Oh wait, why am I going this way? Oh fuck. Good fight. Can you kill them at the same time? No, it's not possible. People actually tested that. You gonna shovel again? Probably. He's gonna shovel again. Bro, you have to aim so high. No. Try locking on. Locking on is not gonna work, my man. Probably should have just spammed him with Great Combustion. Okay, though. You hit the hammer, you deal no damage. I mean, why should you do damage for hitting his hammer, though? It doesn't really make sense, eh?
Thou hast journeyed, come hither.
Hold on, I gotta pull out my longbow. Wait, I don't have any arrows equipped.
Thou that tarnisheth the godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished.
Didn't you throw a fireball? Because I wanted to shoot the
Thou
arrow.
shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
Alright. Alright. Let's go. Let's go kill gargoyles. You know what? Okay, shit. I kind of messed up. Wait, did I not grab the fucking Anor Londo bonfire? No, I think I should have. No? Wait, did I not? Oh my fucking god, no shot. Oh yeah, I didn't get the tomb because I tried the skip. Hey, buddy. Good fight. You should play online for extra challenge. Oh, yeah? I'm gonna buy some bones, even though I really don't need bones, but... I'm not sure if there's anything I really need souls for anymore. I don't know, just bone me up. Alright. At least it's nighttime now, so I can grab this without the other enemy bothering me. Alright, we are grabbing this crystal halberd, because it's actually a really... This thing does a fuck ton of damage. We're just gonna kill Quelaag with it. We watch Hob, we know. You watch Hob. Oh, I need 16 strength. You don't really need Fap Ring. I'm gonna grab it though. I did not plunge the right spot there. Whatever. There's like a faster version of this that we unfortunately didn't get. I can never remember where I'm meant to actually plunge for this. Why I want her Fire Tempest. We have 2 games left after this. Have you done Anorlando before coming here? That's a glitch. How come I didn't ride her? You can't ride Quelaag. This is not Dark Souls 2. Why did I ring the bell? Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I can... It's because I don't want to do fucking Anorlando Golden Fog Gate skip. To be honest, Mario. I mean, I would do Koth, but if I want to do Koth, then I have to do the Golden Fog Gate skip, no? Or, well, actually, no, because I can... Well, whatever, it doesn't matter now. Never mind. Hello? Yeah, I just have to do 4 kings. Man, it's so sad that the Fire Sage plunge doesn't work on this. Oh shit! I don't have Bellowing Drag. I'm gonna go. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna go to Undead Parish. I want to get Death Crown Ring, so I can set up RTSR for Ceaseless. When will I speedrun this marathon to get a better time? Well, if we didn't watch any cutscenes in any of the games, we probably would be like 10 hours faster alone. I reckon. No, the fucking pivot, bro. That actually would have been a good setup, I think, but my character pivoted and I'm dead. And I'm dead. It would be 2 hours at most. I think you underestimate how long some of these fucking skips are. These cuts only bosses and it doesn't include DLC. Oh, okay. Yo, the Precipice, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you, man. Has dialogue in mid-fights and other things like that. Oh, okay. I see. So it seems like it's around half an hour then of cutscenes, I guess, in Elden Ring. Alright, we're coming here. Well, we killed the Hydra so we could get the Dust Crown ring, this one. And then on top of that, we are going to get the Dusk Crown helmet, which will give us even more damage, which we totally need. Wait, actually... Yeah, no, Dust Crown works for Pyros in this game. I always get so much of my knowledge mixed up because, you know, you have these items that exist in, like, all of the... Like, Dust Crown helmet, or just Dust Crown, it's in Dark Souls 3 as well, but in that one it only works for sorceries. Ow.
If thou art
We probably should just wait until we get to the until we go to the DLC to pick this up. But I'm just gonna go grab it. Snickers is gross. I like Snickers. I have like the ice cream ones that I put in the freezer. Those are really good. I guess we can go do Butterfly as well before I forget about him. Anime ears. This is the Crown of Dusk. Special magic crown bestowed upon Dusk, Princess of Ulasal, upon her birth. Its wearer is blessed by all manner of magic. This raises the power and effect of the wearer's magic. The damage suffered by magic attacks also rises. Oh god, that hurt. What am I doing? Oh my god, I thought I was gonna die to Butterfly for a sec. It's like dying to witches. Yeah. Who would ever die to the witches in Bloodborne? Well, in my first playthrough, so the very first time I played Dark Souls like 14 years ago, my very first boss that I fought, well, after Asylum Demon, was the Butterfly, and I rage quit the game. I gave up. The butterfly is like the worst fucking fight in the game if you're underpowered. It's so fucking bad. Like if you do not have a ranged for the butterfly, if you don't have a bow or something, it is so fucking bad. I guess it doesn't really matter what order I do stuff. You skipped other things? Well, the whole reason that happened is because, I guess, I started with the master key. Like, I started with the master key and then I just went, you know, the wrong fucking way. Am I doing move swap? No, I mean, we're on remastered. There is a way to move swap on remastered, but I don't know how to do it. And we're just doing a pyro run. This fight might actually... I might die here, chat. This fight is kind of hard. Like... I don't know. Fight's kind of scary. I mean, well, I don't know. Maybe we should just cheese him. I kind of want to melee him, but... Maybe that's a bad... Well, fuck it. We're gonna try. Bro, why are you turning? Oh my god, stop. Should be a 2-cycle at least. Please just don't do the triple slam. You did the double slam. Old Hemet set? Wait, where do you get that, Mario? Oh, right, the armor you pick up. Yeah, the armor in the arena, right. It is a cool set. Oh yeah, so, by the way, for anybody who's wondering, if you want to survive any fall in this game, cast fall control, plunge, and then just don't touch anything. And you'll just be able to survive, like, any fall. Basically. If you're like in the plunge animation as you hit the ground. And you have fall control on, you just don't take any damage. Is there any FromSoft game left in the marathon? Just this one. I mean, we even did Dark Souls 2 twice, and we did Demon Souls twice. But that's just because there's 2 different versions of each game. Yeah, I mean, technically I could have done DS1 twice as well, because of Remastered and Prepare to Die Edition. But, It's funny that this guy is not immune to fire. Yeah, I'm finishing the marathon today, Pontus. I apologize to the EU viewers, because the marathon's gonna go a little late. Actually, I don't know why I don't know why I even set up RTSR here. 'Cause I cannot really use RTSR. Well, I can maybe set up RTSR from the lava here. Come on. Oh, don't jump away. No Doom Eternal. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? There are some games that I speedran that didn't make it into this marathon. I'll be honest, chat, I'm getting a little, like... The marathon's been a lot of fun, but I'm getting a little worn out, and I, kind of want to get back to... Just want to get back to the normal streams. We've also got some new... games coming out soon, anyways. Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to drag the marathon on for another 4 or 5 days, I definitely could have. I mean, we had Death Stranding. What other games? I don't know. There's like some games that I ran that were really long. We ran God of War 2018, which that game is like fucking 5 hours long. Actually, I don't know how long it was. 3 or 4 hours. Also Lords of the Fallen. Elden Ring was 8 hours. Yeah, well, Elden Ring takes forever, man. Elden Ring just takes so long unless you're doing like a hyper-optimized build. Hey, Dreezen, thank you for the 21 months, man. Nice. I mean, the setup for this is pretty easy. Go to Anorlando. Yeah, we're gonna do the DLC. A lot of the time I do the I'm gonna save the DLC for last in this run, I think. A lot of the time I'll do it in like the middle of the run, and then I'll finish like the base game after, but I think I'll switch it up this time around. How many bosses left? I don't know, like 10 probably. Oh no. God, I forgot to equip Hidden Body. Oh, fuck me. Well, it was nice being alive. My god. These guys, when they're buffed up, literally, they just like fucking one-shot you. They're so fucking OP, these enemies. It's ridiculous how strong they are. Alright. So this is a remastered exclusive skip that you can do here. If you come into this corner, lock onto this guy, roll to the right, and then quit out. If you do it right, you'll spawn on the elevator shaft. Oh, well, like we messed it up. Let's try it again. There we go. Now you jump Then you can cast Fall Control. Not doing OG Duke Skip. This one's so much nicer though. You can jump here. Quit out when you fall. Can't you plunge instead of quit out? Not in that case, no. Well, maybe there's a way to plunge there. I actually am not sure, but I don't think you can plunge there. Because it's not just as simple as like you need to plunge. Like you need to hit something with your plunge. You can't just jump and then do a plunge attack. You have to do a plunge attack, and that plunge attack needs to connect with something, which puts you into the post plunge animation. I still forgot to equip Hidden Body. Oh my god, what am I doing? How many Resident Evil games have been played? We did RE1, RE2 Remake, RE3 Remake, RE4 Remake, RE7, and RE8. So 6 RE games, I think. Is Darkest Dungeon really that hard of a game? Or is Ella just having a skill issue? Alright. Oh no. We're definitely gonna get crabs. Or clams, sorry, not crabs. Fight. Oh, there is a clam. I knew it. So is Darkest Dungeon a roguelike? Like, does it get easier each time you play each run you do, or is there like meta progression or no? DD2 is? Oh, okay. I see. All right. Let's go to. I guess we'll do Nito. We just have Nito and 4 Kings left. I will equip Hidden Body.
Sorry, fool.
ED1 never fails your playthrough. Wait, what did... What do you mean it never fails your playthrough? Wait, so... I mean, why did it take Ella like fucking 80 hours to beat Darkest Dungeon 1 then? If you can't fail. Is it really that long of a game? We're doing the slow strat here. Good fight. Ask of the Father. Oh, I wish I had Starlight. Cast light, whatever. Actually, wait, no, I do have cast light. I bought it. Yeah, I mean, I remember the place. I just like casting light. I'm scared of the dark. Oh, man. You caught me. Scary. Can we do the leg spreading strat here, chat? Depends if he screams. Show you guys. Come on, scream for me. Oh, wait. So if you spread your legs like this, he can't actually hit you with this scream attack. It only works with certain animations, though. The ones that make you, like, spread your legs. Not every weapon has this animation. Really, this is enough. I'm pretty sure we have enough casts. I mean, we have what? 32 casts? That should be plenty. My character is emo. Thanks, man. So we're gonna do another skip here. This one's actually really easy. Well, it's easy if you have fall control. So we're gonna fall into the water here, quit out, survive the kill box. We're gonna spawn out of bounds. Sure, like 99% of you guys have seen this skip and probably don't need to explain, but you're out of bouncing to drop into Four Kings fight. I'm also gonna drop a item here so I know where to go after I kill the first king. The spell order is kind of tricky here. I really can't get 3 casts there. Damn. I thought I could get a 2 cycle still, but I don't think I can. And that third Great Combustion just doesn't do enough. If I had RTSR, I definitely could have got it. Hi, chat. What's keeping me from dumping these souls into levels? Leveling up doesn't do anything for me. Pyromancies in this game do not scale with your... Alright, that's so fucking loud. Pyromancies in this game do not scale with your stats. They scale with your pyro glove. The only way to increase the damage of pyromancies is to upgrade the glove. That's it. That's why pyromancies are so good for a level 1 run. Yeah, I mean, I could get a bit more endurance. I'm actually gonna need to get a bit more endurance, I think. So I have enough stam to roll 4 times. Or 5 times. Alright. Let's go... I'll just level up a bit more, why not? Alright, we're gonna do the 2 other side. Also, the fact that resistance is a stat in this game is just like, what the actual fuck? I like forget that that's a stat. Like, actually the most useless stat. I genuinely don't know what they were thinking making resistance a stat. Better than a stat for learning how to drink faster. I mean, is it though? Imagine if instead of resistance you got a stat that made your animations faster. That would be nice. Honestly, I like the idea of your animations potentially being tied to a stat. The iframes, not so much. But, speeding up animations, I feel like having that be something you can level up is not, I mean, it's kind of like a trade-off. That would be the best stat. I mean, you say that, it would be a good stat for survivability, but it doesn't do anything for you in terms of damage. Well, I mean, it depends what animations we're talking about. I mean, if it sped up everything, like you ran faster and you attacked, swung faster, then that's a different story. It's just for, like, consumables.
I am the dark sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commence.
It's just heals and consumables, it would be useless. Well, it would be better than fucking resistance. That's great. Oops. I wanted to try to set up our TSR. I did not want to get hit by the arrows there, though. If I take a second one, that should work. Come on.
Oh, heretic.
Good fight.
Swathed in dark. An eternal curse upon thee.
What a battle. Why am I going up? I'll be honest, I was kind of zoning out. Oops. That's not what I was supposed to do, chat. Miss the silence in these games. What do you mean? Are you saying? I mean, Elden Ring doesn't have constant music. It does if you're in combat, which I mean, I guess. Or wait, no. Does Elden Ring? No. I'm thinking of Sekiro. My God, dude, everything is so mixed up. Wait, no, I haven't even done Stray yet, bro. What am I doing? As ambient music, dude. I am pretty tired at this point. I need some rest after this marathon. I've just been non-stop busy with this marathon for the past like 2.5 weeks. What will I be playing after the marathon? I don't know. Kind of want to try out the new Night Rain patch. I was talking about this before. I kind of want to try the Garden of Eyes mod in Elden Ring. Even though it's a paid mod, which is really lame, but I don't know, I kind of want to just try it out. Yeah, Executor seems like super broken. You don't need to practice off stream that much. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But I want to remember how to run the games. Like, yeah, maybe for you guys it's like funny or whatever when I have no idea what I'm doing and I'm just running around in circles, but like, for me it's kind of painful after. Like when I've ran these games as much, you know, it's just frustrating. Like I used to know how to run the games really well. it's stolen content. I don't think the entire mod is just stolen stuff, though. Anyways, like... I don't know. I just... the mod looked cool. It looked like there was some cool boss fights and some cool, like, custom areas in the mod, so... I don't know. I kind of wanted to try it. Not from other games, but from other mod makers. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, he probably did. I don't fucking know. But there's no way everything in the mod is, like, stolen. I mean, it's like $5. Anyways. I mean, there's plenty of other mods that I've how the hell did I block that? There's other mods that I've played. Like the Resident Evil 4 OG randomizer is literally behind a paywall. Like if you want the newest version of it, you need to subscribe to the dude's Patreon. And honestly, I don't fucking mind paying $5 to fucking try it out.
Why dost thou hurry toward thine death?
I know some people like have issues with that. You know the guy. I don't fucking know the guy at all. I know what his name is and what his Patreon is so I can play his mod. I don't fucking know the guy. Alright. We got 2 more base game well, 3 more base game bosses, including Gwyn. But yeah, we're gonna do Capra Gaping, and then we're gonna go do DLC, and then we're almost done with DS1. I don't know, I was watching a video of that Garden of Eyes mod, and it looked cool. Like, there were some cool looking fights, and I'm pretty sure there's like custom map edits in the mod, so I don't know. I just wanted to try it. Maybe it's ass and I'll quit after an hour. I don't know. I don't really. Excuse me, doggies. Why did I not do fast strat? I don't know what that means. I mean, maybe he's asking why I'm not doing the transition clip out of bounds strat, but that doesn't work in this version of the game, so I can't even do that strat. Sorry, Mr. Gaping. That was fast, yeah. Yeah, I mean, these pyros are really good. Not even Chaos Storm. I don't think we have Chaos Storm. Well, actually, we could have got Chaos Storm because we could have duped Humanities. Well, we could still go get it, actually, I guess, if we really want. Chaos Firestorm is completely RNG, though. No, I mean, I'm not following any route. I don't know. I've ran this game like a million times. I mean, it's not really hard for me to just go through this game. We don't need that bonfire anyways. And the Souls games really aren't that. I mean, I guess I've played them so many times, but the Souls games, especially remastered with the dupe glitch, is like it's pretty easy to do, like a speedrun of. Hold on, I gotta ban this guy in chat. He's being a freak. some people are just like so full of hate. I don't. It's just sad, man. It really is. I mean, yeah, I have been pretty bad with keeping up with all the subs in this marathon, but I'm also trying to focus on the game. Yo, Zen, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, man. Yeah, I apologize if I have missed your subs. I guess we'll keep Castlight. Yo, Orange Bishop, thank you for the 10 gifted, man. And Oni, thank you for the 3-year resub. Thank you, dude. Alright, we need to try to set up... That might work. Nice. I played DS2 with the lighting engine mod. Oh yeah, I've played it before. I don't think I did DS2 this marathon with the lighting engine, because I had to reinstall the game and I forgot. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna talk to this guy.
Oh, but
I want to buy his green blossoms.
so long.
Insomnia. Yeah. I don't know. Some people just like get so like heated or like so angry over, I don't know, just the littlest things. Bro, I can't fucking see. Oh my god. He was gonna kill me there, I think. Yeah, I'm probably gonna take a day off tomorrow after. Just relax after the marathon. I've got some like IRL shit I gotta do as well, so that's not what I meant to do. That should have given me the meme rolls, but I rolled too quickly after equipping. Dude, what is going on with my crotch, though? Why is it so fucking blue? That is, like, so weird. I missed? Oh no. Can you cast Hidden Body and cast Light? You can. Wasn't sure. Oh no, what am I doing? I didn't... Shit. Great Combustion is so good. I should have realized that was the good one. Oh. Come on. Oh, he almost baited me there. I thought he was doing the other one. I was pretty far away. I'm surprised he did that. Come on, dude. Fucking... Alright. Come on. Stop. Please. Give me a good move. It's all bosses? Yep. All we have left is Calamite and Gwyn. Almost done. I don't know why I just rested there. Oh man, I'm kind of hungry. Need to get a big dinner after this. World record is lost. And we're not getting any world records in this marathon. I mean, if I did some meme run of a game that nobody runs, I guess I could have. The fastest anyone has done this combo of games in a row? Yeah, that's true. I don't think anybody ever is going to do this combination of games in a row. Ever again, probably. Hey, Vainmare, thank you for the 38 months. Gonna steal my record, just need to skip cutscenes. Yeah. Didn't get black combustion. Alright, here we go. Oh, that's... I already messed up. Oops. What the fuck? Oh no. Oh, I'm dead. I got confused. I actually you know, this does not happen to me very often, but I misread his attack there. I thought he was doing like the flying nose poke attack. I don't even know what to call it, but he was not. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense because I don't know. I thought he was about to cheese the fuck out of me with the nose poke. Yeah, I don't think he does the dive bomb if, well, yeah, he like flies away before he does the dive bomb. That's another scary attack. Why is he doing that? Please. Oh my god! Oh, that was scary. Ugh. That was a bit greedy going for that throw.
You sorry fool.
This fight's overrated. I think Calameet's okay, but his hitboxes are really broken. On like 3 of his attacks are buggy and broken. That doesn't mean that they're undodgeable, but they just aren't really super reliable to dodge. I don't know. At least depending on the positioning that you're in. We gotta go human. Get record in Golem. Apparently the Golem speedrun actually has like a bunch of skips. Doesn't mean that it's a good run, but I think there are a lot of like skips and glitches you can do in that game. I don't know. Maybe next year when we do the marathon, I'll like learn some games off stream and just surprise you guys. You have the whole year to practice. Yeah, but it's like, the thing is, it's so easy to forget. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe my memory is just bad. I mean, I'm not claiming I have good memory, but it's so hard to remember. Like, if you run a game 6 months ago, or if it's been like 6 months since you ran a game, or like a year, it's so easy to forget. And on top of that, like, it's really hard to remember the very specific stuff. Why are you not jumping? There we go. I'll go for this ending. Yippee! Alright, GG, DS1. Alright, 2 games left, chat. 2 more games!
Lord, bless thy safe return. Let calf and Frav.
Another thing is, like, if you don't run a game for long enough, it makes it even harder to remember. Like, if you learn a game and you run it only like a few times for like a few days, it's just not gonna stick in your memory as well as something that you ran for like hundreds of hours.
Be cast upon the world. Our Lord hath returned.
I'm gonna go get a drink. Enjoy the music, chat. I will be right back. All right, I'm back, chat. What's up, everybody? I did do Lethal Company.
This is your fate.
All right, chat. It is time. Hold on, give me 1 sec. It is time for the game you have all been waiting for, chat. It is time. It is time for Elden Ring Night Rain. No, I'm just kidding. It is time for Amok Runner. I was going to save Amok Runner for last, but I don't know. I wanted to keep the tradition going of doing Shadow. So you were so hyped to see chat lose it. You almost quit the stream. All right, hold on 1 sec. Game has DLSS, damn. Hold on, I need Riva Tuner. My Riva Tuner isn't working for some reason with this game right now. I don't know why. Why isn't it working? All right, give me one sec, chat. I don't know why this isn't working. Let me try let me restart the game. This game is like it's like a cult game. Pontus. It's Oh wait, I think it should be. Wait, I see. Where's my fuck? Hold on. Did my game just crash? Oh my god, bro, what? Okay, the FPS is showing, but it's... Oh! Wait. Bro, what the fuck? Wait, what? Okay, hold on. I don't know what's going on. One of my keybinds is set to F9, and I guess F9 in this game just closes the game. I don't know. If I press F9, the game just crashes itself. Hold on. Okay, it seems... Okay, all right. The FPS limiter is working. That's good. All right. Hold on, I just gotta fix this. One sec. All right, we need 45 FPS for cock skip. Very important. I believe it's how much FPS do we need for bowling skip? I think it's like 3. I believe it's like 3 FPS. And then how much is it for mansion skip? It's 20 FPS. All right. Think we're good to go. Did I set the game? Oh. Well, I get clock skip first attempt. Oh, Jesus. That's quite the gamba. All right, here we go. All right, so it doesn't really matter what difficulty we do it on. I mean, we could do it on hard, I guess. Doesn't really make a difference. I'll do it hard just for you, chat, all right?
Every day feels exactly the same. I'm having the worst nightmares till morning. Another sleepless day begins.
All right.
It's a beautiful
Another
day,
sleepless day begins.
There is no place to sit here.
Excuse me. I think you wanted to sit alone because when you saw me, I had the feeling that you were a bit hesitant. Please stay. I'll leave.
You don't bother me. On the contrary, I'm glad that I'm not alone once in a while. I haven't said a word to anyone for 10 days.
Why can't I skip this fucking cutscene? Oh wait, not yet? Oh, there we go.
Is
Madam, a lady.
A lady has arrived.
a lady in this town?
Good day, Doctor. Forgive me for popping in unannounced, but we were driving by the station and we thought we should drop by.
Let's continue this conversation in my room.
I've heard a lot of things about you. The way you treated the deputy governor was unbelievable. His leg is almost as perfect as it used to be. He can keep on playing golf where he left off. If you agree to come with us, we are more than ready to send our grumpy surgeon and the other doctors away.
There's the first skip of the run is coming up here.
See you around. You live like a hermit.
No, it was too early.
I like it here. There are such nice books. Don't you ever try and come after me or follow me.
Let me
or
out.
else you'll be sorry for it.
All right, guys. So the first run of the first skip of the run is coming up here.
Talk about the train station.
This is called cock skip.
Should go there.
We need to go 45 FPS. And we need to come over here. And we need to line up. No. Oh, that's not the right button. Hold on. I gotta try this again. It's not correct at all.
Express.
Hey, I didn't actually launch yet, to be fair, chat. This shit is so precise. god, the fucking chickens are going crazy. Oh, that looks good. Never mind. I think the problem is, I think the cock handler is not in the right spot. Well, he's not in the right spot, bro. I don't think this is right. Dude! God damn it, this fucking skip. I don't think you guys realize how precise this fucking skip is. That might be good. That might be good. Oh, fucking launch! Oh my god, it's so precise! Why is it so precise? Oh, now the bike is fucked. The bike fell over and now I can't pick it back up.
She had talked about the train station. I guess I should go there.
I think it needs to be slightly more to the left. This skip is so precise, chat. I really like.
I expressed myself poorly. As a doctor, I should have helped. I must catch up and apologize.
That might be good. We just need to get him in the right position. Thing is, I don't think he's in the right spot.
What's up?
Fuck, man. I think my graphic settings are too high, chat. I think my... Oh wait, I can just do overall. Oh wait, not the... Wait, now this looks so bad. Oh my god, this looks horrible. Alright, never mind. Can I get on the bike, please? I think if I mess up this skip once, I don't know if it works the same anymore because I think the handler is like in the wrong spot. Guys, I don't know if we're gonna be hitting cock skip, but I'm gonna keep trying. My angle's just completely fucked. Maybe this is good. Dude, it's so precise, I can't get it. God damn it, get on the fucking bike, dude. I'm trying to do this for you, chat, okay? Trying to do the skip, but the skip ain't worth it. I don't remember how many hours of practice it took me to, like, learn how to do this skip. Why is the NPC... I feel like... Honestly, I think my setup is good. I just think the NPC's not... He's not in the right spot. Oh. Fuck, man. You know what? That's good enough. Oh my god. No, not fucking 2 FPS. Bro, why is my FPS still so cursed? Why is it 30?
Hurry up, the train's about to leave.
It's like the FPS has to slowly recover.
I liked her, but... other times. But running away won't save her.
Why is it still capped? Bro,
here.
why is it still capped? Why is my game still at fucking 45 FPS? That's not what the...
Now I know that you're the wife.
Holy shit, what is wrong with this game, bro?
A wealthy English of a noble origin.
Riverside 81 Super Express has departed from platform 2.
Wait, hold on. So, anyways, the cock skip chat is supposed to take you straight into this doorway. You can go, like, flying into the train station. I think I messed up my inputs there. I don't know. It was close enough. We kind of launched. All right. I will try to do this skip. Just for you, chat. Actually, we might not be able to do it anymore. No more cars are spawning. No more cars are spawning. Damn it. I wanted to try to do the insurance fraud skip, but... that's so sad. Who came up with these names? Well, to do the skip, you need to run into a car and get hit by it and launch yourself onto the fence. And then it saves... I don't remember how much time it saves, like 5 seconds or something. I think it's a pretty well-named skip. Here we go. This game has the shittiest car that I've ever used in a video game before. Time to die. All right, Chad. I will try to do cock skip, or sorry, not cock skip. I'll try to do cone skip.
Be careful!
But I'm trying to remember, how do you I actually don't remember the bind. Hold on. Oh, that's... I didn't practice, bro. What is there to practice in this game? This is literal RNG. Like, yeah, I mean, we could do we did runs for 15 hours straight some days. I opened my map way too early here. What kind of fucking giga shit launch was that? Thought you said you were gonna practice there. You can't practice this game, bro. You literally just fucking, you just. Oh, wait, I still have to pick up the keys. You could do runs of this game for like 50 hours straight and not finish a single run. But no, I did not practice for this game because I felt like it was pointless and I was just gonna get really tilted trying to practice RNG skips. Play the game normally. I'll try the cone skip one more time. I mean, the thing is, the speedrun for this game, you basically play the game normally, except for like 2 or 3 skips that you do.
Going off road right over me.
Oh my god. I don't know why I decided to go this way. We go again. If we fail this again, I'm just gonna try to do... We save this? I don't think we can. I don't remember. I don't think there's a way to drive the car over this ledge. This is like the worst car in existence in a video game. Like, you cannot drive. Get some air. Just get some air, bro. Just get some air in the fucking car. Oh, I think we soft locked. Oh, wait, maybe not. I feel like... Oh, wait. Oh, now we're definitely fucked. Hold on. I don't think there's any way to save this. Oh, we're fucked again. We're stuck. Oh wait, maybe not. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna load the checkpoint. Okay, honestly, chat, we're gonna not do cone skip. We're gonna do the crane puzzle. Oh wait, I need to grab the keys. One more couldn't hurt. Okay, but maybe one more try. All right, you know what? Hold on. I'm even gonna go out of my way to check the VOD of my run. All right, I checked. I've relearned the setup, chat.
Be careful.
Here we go. God, I miss running this game. Or well, okay, I don't miss running this game, but I miss the speedrun bounty. It was just I don't know, the 2 weeks of running this game was just such a fucking meme. This game is so shit, and I love it. All right. Okay, I was not paying attention to the time, so I don't know. I definitely opened the map too early, but here we go, guys. Surely we hit the skip. Wait, that actually might be good? Oh. God fucking damn it, dude. See, like, this is why the car in this game is so bad. Like, look at this shit. The wheels just go over the fucking ledge, and then you can't, like, this is why the skips in this game are so dog shit, bro. This is fucking car. I'm stuck again. I'm actually stuck. Look at this shit. All right, I'm gonna give it one more try, and then I'm gonna go do the crane puzzle.
careful! Watch where you're going. You're going off-road. You almost run over me. Run.
Be careful.
All right, here we go.
Slow down, psycho.
Oh, yes, of course. The fucking unstoppable fucking sign. Alright, we gotta slowly approach. If anyone's wondering why I'm slowly approaching this thing actually has collision. Oh, Jesus, that's not good. Why is my car like fucking why is my car like bouncing? No! Wait, we might be able to do it again. Hold on. Dude, what is under my car? Why? Oh wait, no, it doesn't have collision anymore. I don't think it will ever have collision again. Wait, no, it does. Oh, I'm so confused. I didn't even see it move. I didn't even see it move. Oh my God. One more. That was such a bad attempt. All right, hold on. So the way that, okay, just to clarify, or just to explain what's going on with this skip, we are touching the cone ever so slightly because there's a 10-second timer after an object is collided with in this game where it has no collision. So we touch the cone to remove its collision, and then we put the car on top of the cone, and then we open up the map right as the collision returns, and that causes like an amplified boost, essentially. All right. Dude. What the fuck? Slow. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I don't think that's good, guys. Bro, I didn't even... Whatever, man. Alright, we're doing the fucking puzzle. We're doing the puzzle, god damn it. Ugh. What if it's not just RNG? I mean, there were a bunch of runners who put like hundreds of hours of practice into this game, and none of them could figure out how to do this fucking bullshit. Oops. God, this is the worst minigame ever. Holy shit, no, not that one. I don't even remember how to do this fucking puzzle, chat. This is cooked. Oh, wait, no, I remember. Oh my god, go down! No! There is a skip for this, but the thing is, if I do the skip for this, then the only way for me to finish the run is to do mansion skip. Well, that's not, I mean, yeah, I have to do mansion skip to, like, finish the run, but it's not that bad. Because I don't have to actually make it all the way to the mansion, I just have to make it out of the area that I'm currently in. But the problem is, I'm gonna have to run all the way to the mansion. We did it. I'm gonna try mansion skip for, I don't know, I'll give it a solid like 10 or 15 minutes of attempts. Is it? Oh god. I mean, this game is short. This game is short anyways, but I mean, we'll see if we can actually do it. All right, we got a checkpoint here. We're gonna reload. And now we got to do this puzzle, which I totally remember how to do. F E N.
Letters appear to have been hidden between the numbers.
Oh wait, no. It's oh god, how does this fucking work? Chad, I don't remember how this puzzle works. 6812. What, you actually know it? Damn, didn't work. All right, hold on. You know, I thought that I might just remember how this works, but I don't. I don't remember how it works. Oh wait, no, I do remember how it works.
Letters appear to have been hidden between the numbers.
One something 68. Oh, was it 5? Damn, you guys are so smart, chat. You guys should run this game.
Come on.
We go.
I know you are here.
think this should work. Please don't see me.
I see you.
No.
Where's your god now, weakling? Sweet dream.
Did he see me?
Show yourself.
Oh god. Wait, what is the fucking bro? What's the dodge button? Q. Wait, I thought it was fucking E.
Sweet dream.
Oops.
I know you're here.
What do you mean you know I'm here?
Found.
Oh my god.
Come on.
Come on. Alright, this is fine. Oh no.
Come here. You better run. I'm going to kill you.
I'm dead again.
Cannot escape. Cannot.
Damn you, dude! I don't remember the strat. The thing is, on hard difficulty, these guys have better sight and hearing. This happens every time, man. I can't fucking remember what to do. Maybe this will work. I think at this point I could also go back. You might not.
Show yourself, coward. Where's your god now, weakling?
Don't lose her. Come here. Better run. I'm gonna kill you.
No!
Come on.
Alright. It's fine, it's fine. I think I know where to go, chat. I think I might remember the strats here for hard difficulty. Speed run. Yeah, whatever, man. Okay, once this guy goes over here, I think we hide right here. We gotta wait. We're waiting for this ladder to come down. All right. All right. I don't remember how to do this efficiently, but somebody like figured out the most efficient way of doing this puzzle. I do not remember the mega fast way. I think we got it. This is so slow. Shut the. This is. We're flying, bro. What do you even mean? All right, we need to make sure to grab the revolver here. Very important.
Die.
Die. All right, guys, it is time for the glory of the mansion skip. Let me double check my lineup here, just to be sure. There's like multiple different lineups that I tried. They're all fucking awful, to be honest. Let me see. My keybind is F3, I think. Yes. All right, here we go, guys. Oops. Hold on. I didn't hold forward enough. My car got stuck. That was not it, no. Okay. Bro, the shadows are like so bad, actually. There's no way this is gonna work. This is... And then I just got my car stuck again. For fuck's sakes. Bro, get up the fucking ledge, dude. You need like a big running start here. Head start. All right, fuck it. Here we go. Wow. Welcome to Amok speedrunning, chat. Wrong button. Oh. Here we go. This skip is the worst skip ever invented in a speedrun, by the way. It is actual just it is so unbelievably cancer. It's unreal. Worse than Elden Ring zips. Elden Ring zips are consistent though. Oh, this is fucked. This is not gonna work. What's supposed to happen? I need to go to the mansion. The skip will take me to the mansion. This was consistent when you were running it. Excuse me? I wish. Bro, how do you not even get up that? Well, that's not gonna work. Oh yeah, if you go too fast, your camera flips upside down as well in this game. All right, well, we'll try for like 5 or 10 more minutes. I don't want to spend too much time here because we do still have another game left in the marathon, but doesn't want to spend too much time, keeps spending time. Yeah, the dumbest comment I've ever. What kind of fucking stupid ass comment is that? I'm too much to the left, man. Or I'm too much to the right. I mean, the thing about this skip is that it only saves like a minute or a minute and a half, but I mean, in the bounty, a minute and a half is like so much time, obviously. I was gonna say that's not gonna fucking work. Oh yeah, if I drove, I already would have made it there. I'm just trying the skip for old time's sake. I mean, this skip is like if we just did a completely well, not glitchless, but if we didn't try the cone skip or this skip, we would have probably already beaten the game. It's okay though. You want to see the skips? I mean, that's great, but the skips are like incredibly RNG, so I'm just not. Might be good. It's just, I don't know what makes this skip so RNG. I mean, the thing is, we got a trainer made for this game. And you could spawn the car, like you could teleport the car, right? So you could teleport the car into the exact same spot every time, and it would never be consistent. Frame rate? No, it's just the game is a piece of shit. My car's fucked. I don't think that the physics of this game are like, I actually think these skips are just RNG. I mean, nobody could figure out a setup for these at all. Out of like all the time spent like practicing the game. Wow. Yippee. One of those launches was actually kind of close. Yeah, I mean, even when I was practicing this game during the bounty chat, I could go 10, 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes straight without hitting this skip a single time. Bro, that was actually it. That was actually it, but I didn't slow myself down enough. Can I think I'm out of bounds. No, that was actually the right direction. Dude, that was I'm not even kidding, that was it. That was actually the skip. I just didn't I got confused and I didn't slow. I actually think that would have worked. But I stopped slowing myself down for a moment. Man. We actually would have had it there. Fuck, man. That was it. I'm not even kidding. That was actually it. Damn, dude. Was it? No, it was. I just 100%. That would have worked if I held S the whole time, but it's fine. We'll just hit it back to back, surely. Fuck, man. I'm not even kidding, dude. That would have worked. Dude, that would have worked. Oh, that's so sad. Oh my god, why did I doubt myself, dude? If I let go of S for like 2 seconds, because I was thinking I didn't want to slow myself down too much, but that was actually it, man. That's so crazy. All right, it's fine. We could do it once, we could do it again, surely. I feel like I missed my opportunity, chat. I want to try. I want to get it again now, though. Fuck, man. Oh. Like, that was it, dude. That was it though. Like that was actually the perfect launch. I'm not even kidding. Like it 100% that. I'm gonna stop saying it, but the Lord of RNG granted me one chance. I know, dude. Oh, fuck. Can happen again? Yeah, copium. Just need the RNG gods to align again. Never. I'm never gonna get it again. It's cooked, bro. It's just oh, I'm so sad right now, Chad. I'm actually so sad. Like, we had our one opportunity and I threw it away. I mean, it's not that good, but I'll take it, I guess. I mean, this is... I gotta run pretty far still. We were so close to the god skip, though. That was not bad. I mean, we're fairly close-ish, kind of. Okay, we get to say hi to the pigs, at least. Say that doesn't count. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite... not perfect, but... Wasn't there one to skip back from the mansion? There is, but I don't remember the setup for that. And there wasn't a single person who ever hit that skip in a run. I was the only runner who even tried that skip in runs, I'm pretty sure. No, that wasn't the skip. I mean, it was like half. It was like half the skip. Yeah, the Chinatown skip. You and Ouija? I don't think Ouija ever went for the Chinatown skip. Or maybe he tried, but I don't think he practiced it. No, I'm not gonna bother with the I don't remember the Chinatown skip at all. I mean, like, I kind of remember. I know you go into, like, a corner over there, but I don't know. All the skips in these games, in this game, are, like... At least the Chinatown skip setup that I had was so precise, and I spent so many hours, like, practicing that, too. Alright, well, anyways, if you do the skip properly, chat, you launch directly to this gate. I'm fucking dead. Oh. Oh! Fucking leave me alone!
Don't lose him. You cannot escape. You cannot.
My god, my aim is so bad.
Die!
Die! Bro, fucking open the drawer. Oh, wait. No, I have to do the puzzle. What am I doing? Hold on. I don't remember the puzzle. I don't remember the puzzle solution for this.
I need to get them all in line.
It's this one, and then it's... Oh. Oh my god, what am I... I'm the top Amok streamer on Twitch. Thanks, man. Yo, Larksa, thank you for the raid.
I need to get them all in line.
There we go. Oh man, I can't believe I missed the perfect mansion skip though. I'm so sad, chat. With the game, we actually got the RNG for it, dude. It's devastating. It's devastating. All right, anybody in chat know Morse code? Chat, I need you Morse code nerds, experts, to help me here, all right?
The statue looks very heavy. It may hurt someone if it falls.
Wait, what the fuck is the code for this? Oh, wait, no, this is where the more... Oh, no, I need to go downstairs. I need to push... Wait, no, not yet. All right. You guys hear that? You get that? Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna listen to it one more time. I'm gonna do it myself. Wait, the last digit is 5. I think the first is 1. 135.
I guess it will open once I
think you're right, Chad.
The radio.
That's good RNG on the code, actually. Alright.
This
Got a
rope
thick
might be
rope.
useful.
Did I do the chicken skip? I tried. I didn't really hit it perfectly. I also tried the mansion skip and we didn't really do that good of a mansion skip either. But, you know, I tried and that's what counts.
This boy must be her servant.
You need to come with me. Hurry! We're in a tight spot and I can't tell this to anybody.
Can you tell me what's happening here?
Please, don't ask questions and just get in the car. Or else it might be too late.
Chat, there is no chance I'm ever hitting Chinatown skip. The problem is I don't remember the setup, and all of my VODs from this game are fucking gone.
Please explain it from the beginning.
So yeah, there's just no chance. For, I can't do the skip because I just don't remember.
We went to the dam at Dirty Clinic in that spooky neighborhood. She's about to die. Only you can save her.
So if you open up the map, you can destroy stuff in this game
Noticed you.
with the car.
After the lady.
Pretty convenient.
I've been looking for you everywhere. It occurred to me that you might be in the mansion.
There's a clip in the Muck Discord. Yeah, I don't know. The clips have probably got deleted though. Well, I guess clips didn't get deleted. Yeah, maybe.
Continue straight ahead.
Chinatown skip honestly might have been more consistent than Mansion skip. I wonder if, like, given enough time, if new skips would have been found for the game. Bro, this car RNG is so bad. God damn it. This fucking yellow car is in the way.
Turn right.
The thing is, the only thing that was motivating people to grind this game was the fact that, you know, there was $10,000 on the line. Nobody wants to spend their time fucking labbing a Amok Runner unless there's money on the line.
Here it is, to the entrance of the neighborhood. Hurry.
Incorrect? No, I'm pretty correct, chat.
We're almost there. Follow me.
Wasn't for the love of the game. I mean, I love speedrunning, but this game is like...
Fresh fish for sale. Would you like some?
The skips in this game are so bad for speedrunning. I mean, they're cool skips, but like... Well, okay, Cock skip is consistent. Cone skip and Mansion skip are not. And same with Chinatown skip. Cock skip was actually consistent, though. Which... You know, if Cock skip is consistent, like, maybe the other skips could have been consistent too, given enough time and, like, enough practice and effort, like, put into them, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh. Revive a Muck Mania with a 10k bounty.
Over there.
Open the door! Open the door! Open the door!
Come here. You better run. I'm gonna
Open the door!
Bro, get off of me!
Don't lose him.
I can't fucking... Dude!
Cannot hide.
Dude, they circle strafe you so fucking hard, the enemies. Okay, we need to pay attention. 5.
We need to go to the hospital immediately.
No. No. I'd rather die. Nobody should know. Nobody should know. The house. The house. Nobody will know, right? Nobody.
Nobody will know. I promise.
Promise me that nobody will know. Promise.
5. There's one code on the ceiling here. 3. Where's the other fucking code? I don't remember.
Cabinet is locked.
Isn't it on the...
I need to hurry.
Oh, 531.
She's dying.
You can actually skip this song, by the way. If you set the music volume to 0 in this game, it skips this section and saves like 15 seconds. I don't know why it works like that, but it does.
I know that I've kept you waiting, Doctor. I'm not going to ask for your forgiveness for it. When did she die?
At 5.
I gotta go.
You're sorry? I don't understand what you mean. Am I crazy? Am I sick? I'm leaving everything behind. The house I've been working on for
Damn it, dude.
7 years. Everything I have. I cannot stay here any longer. In this house, in this town, in this world, where everything reminds me of her.
I got the sliding glitch when doing the skip. Yeah, we'll see. Alright, it's time to go home. Alright, I gotta read the note.
Following him.
Oh god. Well, I think we gotta go the intended route here, otherwise we're gonna die. I think the dev like patched this part or something.
We almost caught him.
Where the fuck am I going?
Don't let him escape. Kill him if necessary.
Oh no, I'm dead. I killed an intolerable number of pedestrians? Bro, what? Oh.
Keep following him.
almost caught him.
Careful.
Don't let him escape. Kill him if necessary. Keep following him. You almost caught him.
Oh no! I'm dead. The fucking... Oh.
Keep following him.
Fucking sheep.
Be careful. You almost caught him.
If you lose speed at all on this section, you basically just die, by the way. That's how it works.
Don't let him escape. Kill him if necessary. Keep following him. You almost caught him.
Not again, not again. I think I'm okay.
Don't let him escape. Kill him if necessary.
In the speedrun, we do, like, we skip some of these sections, but I think on hard difficulty, it's not possible to do the skips here. I think you just, like, fucking die. Oh, God. Okay. How did it become a speedrun game? Because Charlie gave people Oh my God. Charlie gave people $10,000 to run this fucking piece of shit. Oh!
You almost caught him. Don't let him escape. Kill him if necessary.
Oh no.
Keep following him.
Ah. Oh!
You almost caught him.
There was a skip here, but I think he fixed it. Dude, why did I go for the skip? Where even fucking am I?
Keep following him.
Oh, right. Oh.
You almost caught him. Don't let him escape. Kill him if necessary.
Charlie did a few more speedrun bounties. I think his last one was another crab's treasure. If I remember right.
Damn! Where did these come from?
Attack!
Watch out! There's someone behind you!
Ah, you will pay for that.
Kill those scumbags!
night, bastard.
Oh, come on.
Do you recognize me, Doctor? Attack!
Oh no. Oh, he's like in my fucking ass, dude.
Where's your gun?
Come on.
I see. You better run. I'm gonna kill you.
I'm fucking dead.
You cannot hide. Sweet dreams.
They hug, like he hugs you. Okay, we need to run away instantly.
Show yourself. You cannot escape. You cannot hide. You better run. I'm gonna kill you. Where's your god now, weakling? You will pay for that.
My fucking sensitivity is not high enough, man. I can't track him. He's running circles around me.
Come here. You cannot escape. You will pay for that.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die again.
God now, weakling. Come here. You better run.
You fucking piece of shit.
Kill you. You cannot escape. You.
Good. Holy fuck, he's tanky!
Come here. You better run.
Oh my god, I can't fucking aim, dude!
You cannot escape.
Oh. Die.
How do you miss that big ass hitbox? Well, headshotting him does like double damage, okay? And listen, when he's on top of you, bro is like they strafe so hard to dodge your shots. Did I hit the skip? Oh, I think I did. Oh wait, no, I didn't. All right, it's time for bowling skip chat.
Nobody will know, right? Nobody.
Okay, come on.
What's up?
We gotta go for it. Holy shit, I almost just got killed. Oh! Yeah, the whole reason that I didn't hit this skip in the bounty run was because switching... we used Riva Tuner to limit the FPS in this game, and you need to be sprinting to do this skip, and keybinds, like FPS swap binds, don't work if you're holding shift.
What's up?
Oh, come on, man. Why aren't you stopping?
Oh.
What was that? It was fucking shit. Damn it. This is RNG if you can do this skip, by the way. Like, you need the car to be...
Nobody.
I think this is the good RNG. Bro, why am I getting no fucking speed at all? Bro, why is it not working? What? Am I not swapping? You know what? I think it actually might be an issue with Riva Tuner and like new hardware. I'm not sure. We gotta do this. I gotta hit this skip, man. I don't know though, for some reason it's like the behavior is not...
Nobody. What's up?
Not working right. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna try again. I don't care. Why am I not sliding at all? That's so straight. Like, I honestly wonder if it's like a current hardware issue, because this should like this should be working. I don't know why it's not working. Dude, how am I missing this?
Nobody will know, right? Nobody.
What's up?
Damn, bro. I really don't... Whoa, this guy's fucking coming flying forward. You gotta catch the ship? Yeah, I want to do this stupid strat, even though it only saves like fucking 6 seconds. I don't really care. I don't know why it's not... I think somehow... Like... Okay, look, when I lower my FPS, it's not...
Promise me that
It doesn't like instantaneously go down and or up. I think somehow there's like a delay when I limit FPS. It like takes a few seconds. Spend 45 minutes trying to save 67 seconds. I just want to fucking do it, bruh. The worst part is there's not a single run. I don't know. Maybe the FP. Maybe I'm not. I'm almost 99% sure it's supposed to be 5 FPS for this.
Nobody will know, right? Nobody.
I don't know. It just doesn't work. I don't know. It literally doesn't work anymore. That's so... I'm so confused. I don't understand.
Promise me that nobody will know.
Whatever, I guess. I give up. I don't know. I actually think that somehow the FPS is just not, like, the FPS is just not working the same. Because it should work. Alright, I'm gonna try it one more time. I don't know, this is really... I actually think modern hardware is somehow cucking me here. Or maybe not modern hardware, but there's something weird. Like, okay, here, look at the... Alright, you guys can see the FPS in the top left, right? Okay, if I change the FPS, right, it's at 5 FPS now, but then if I change it back to 60, look how long it takes to go back to 60 FPS. Maybe that's just like a visual thing, but what the fuck is that? Like, that is not how this used to work. It never was like this before. But maybe it is just a counter thing. But regardless, like it. I don't know why. I don't know why this isn't working at all.
No, right? Nobody.
This is not a hard skip. You literally just run into the car on low FPS, and then your character goes flying. That's it. It's just nothing is like I don't understand. Whatever, I give up. I don't know. I actually don't know. I really don't know.
Nobody will know.
Have you just learned how to run?
Promise me.
She followed you here just as you followed her.
Apologies. Forgive me. I have to go. I have to go now.
They updated something. The last skip is consistent.
Now she belongs to that man.
I don't think this skip works anymore.
To us anymore. To us.
I'm pretty sure this skip got patched, if I remember correctly. Be wrong though. But I'm pretty sure this got fixed. Maybe the reason the bowling doesn't work is because of like old patch as well. I don't know. I think we need to come down here first anyways. And I'm so sad that I couldn't fucking... I'm so sad that I couldn't do that though. Like, what the hell, man? Yeah, the car thing was 2 FPS. I mean, I tried 2 FPS, I tried 4, I tried 5. I don't know. None of them seemed to make a difference. But the skip that I was trying to do there at the end, chat, basically you run into the car and your character goes flying forward and you send like all the cars flying. Like you launch all the cars, just they all go like fucking flying. And I don't know, I was running into the car there and fucking nothing was happening.
The woman's husband was also there. He was going to England with a coffin. Maybe he wanted to have an autopsy done there.
You can't pass over. There's a gas leak. Waiting for the technicians to arrive.
You know, the last post for this game was like 2 or 3 years ago. And the dev was saying that he was gonna add like DLC to the game or like new missions or something. I don't think he ended up doing it though. Alright. That's it, guys. We did it. That was a fucking hour-and-a-half long Amok Run, bro. What the fuck? I mean, to be fair, we spent like half an hour trying mansion skip.
Nothing.
We spent
The woman's secret.
spent a fucking half an hour trying the cock skip and then 10 minutes trying the low FPS strats. They have a new game coming out. Really? Wait, hold on. I'm curious now. You see, Amok Runner. Made by Game Deuce. Oh, he's making a game called Unrest. I don't really like the graphic style of this game very much, though. I think it's, yeah, I don't know if it's a PvP game or not. It's like a shooter game. Till death mode. Fight enemy waves.
Come on.
Can't believe he made a game like a fucking mode.
Attack!
Damn, he doesn't even say die. That's so sad. Alright, well, GG Amok. But yeah, here. The... Oh. Yes, so here was the first planned update. Added 3 unique side missions. Till death mode improved, 3 new achievements, add a new drivable vehicle. But I don't think that this actually... I don't think that he actually added these. Like, it says this, but I don't think that these were... I don't think he added a new vehicle. I don't even think he added the new missions either. I think he was, like, planning on it, but I don't think that ever actually happened. Fixed several bugs. Alright, chat. The final game of the marathon. Classic. You know what? I didn't actually check to make sure. Surely I do. Surely. If I don't have the game installed, that's going to be really concerning. Bro, I don't... I'm gonna have to plug... Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta plug in my other console. God damn it, dude. Hello? Console! Dude, why is it not connecting to the console? Bro, what is going on? The controller is just not... I don't understand. I'm connected, dude. I have it. I have it connected with the cable. Save last game for tomorrow. I'm not gonna do one game tomorrow, bro. Shut up. This is so strange. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna fucking crash out. I'm gonna fucking crash out, bro. Why? Why is it not working? Dude, this is crazy. I don't know. Does PS5 Pro controller not work on the PS5? I guess. Cable's fine. I was using it all. I was using it today. I mean, the controller is connected to the console with a cable, and it's just nothing's... I think the front port of my PlayStation is broken. Is this the right console or is this my jailbroken console? This is my fucking jailbroken console. That's great. Okay. Well, you know what? Good thing I'm prepared for this. Oh, hopefully my Elgato doesn't break. The third console's plugged in, but it's... I really should have... I don't know. This is my fault completely. I should have made sure that I had Shadow of the Colossus installed. I just thought I already had it installed, but not on my new PS5. Leaked? Well, I mean, you guys already know. It isn't that big, just download and install. It's gonna take like 10 or 15 minutes for me to do that. The PlayStation servers are bad and I have to use Wi-Fi. Okay. I don't care. Dude. What do you fucking mean? Just let me play my fucking game, you piece of shit. Oh my god. Okay, fine, I'll fucking update. Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? I don't want to go to bed, I just want to play the fucking game. All right. Climactic ending to the marathon. I mean, the marathon's not over yet. All right. We'll be ready to start in a minute, chat. Yeah, that was just, that's my bad. I don't know. I install Shadow the Colossus on like every console that I have, or at least so I thought. So I just assumed I already had it downloaded. I didn't even bother checking because I just thought I had it. Which, I mean, I do have it on one of my consoles. It's not the one that I had set up. Am I gonna do all coins? No. I'm not gonna do all fucking coins. Anomaly's logo? Who is that? It's his? He fucking owns it? All right. Here we go, chat. Sorry for the short technical issues, but we should be good now. Oh, okay. Fucking rebuilding. Dude, you've got, like, why am I not able to play a fucking game that's downloaded on the console? What the fuck is this? Seriously. Why? Why? The update's gonna take as long as to download the game. You might be right, honestly. I don't know. All right, here we go. If my console was hooked up with Ethernet, it would have been faster to download the game. But I don't have Ethernet hooked up to my console, so downloading that shit on Wi-Fi would have been kind of slow. All right, it's all good. It is time for Shadow of the Colossus. This is like one of my favorite games. One of the first games that I speedran. Not the first. The very first game I ever speedran was Dark Souls 2, but you need a proper mesh Wi-Fi network. You know, I bought those like the mesh whatever nonsense, and maybe I don't know. Maybe I didn't set it up right, but that shit was ass. bought shit ones. Dude, I don't know. I spent like $300 on them. Maybe that's not enough. I don't know. Do I like the idea of Shadow of the Colossus multiplayer co-op? No, not really. Yeah, I love this game so much. It's like one of the first games that got me into speedrunning. It's, the speedrun for this game is really cool. There's a lot of horse riding. It's like Elden Ring. But this game is only like an hour and a half long at least, so. And yeah, generally, whenever I do these like speedrun marathons, I tend to put Shadow of the Colossus last. I was gonna do Amok Runner last, just to keep people waiting until the very end, but timer stopped. We didn't start the game yet. This is just the intro. Yeah, this game, this is the remake of this game, by the way. This is originally a PS2 game, and it was remade for PlayStation 4 by Bluepoint. Same guys who did Demon's Souls Remaster. Well, I mean, Torrent is gameplay focused. If Torrent controlled like an actual fucking horse, it would be awful. Yeah, some lore of this game. You are basically a young dude who traveled to this forbidden land in the hopes of saving your girlfriend, sister. I'm actually not sure. I don't know if the game ever really says both. Okay, chat. Hold on, I gotta open my window up. It's fucking hot in here. All right, let's do it. So we're just gonna do normal difficulty. We could do hard, but I don't know. It doesn't really add that much, and I ran normal most of the time, so. Oh, we start the timer. 10-minute cutscene, let's go. Yeah, I mean, I could skip the cutscenes. This is the last game of the marathon, so I don't really mind if we watch them. I'm actually gonna go get a drink real quick. Normal is the category that I speedran for this. I did do some speedruns on hard difficulty, but hard is, I mean, I don't know. We could have done hard, it's just, it doesn't really make a big difference overall. Alright, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back.
was Yuhik. Aurel Yekvorol.
I wonder how this game runs on PS4 emulator.
Yulbzolu Iondu. Yulilo Kok. I usi Yulakordoloya. Aulik Olazulam Kos. Ilzozeriku Atzoko. Amnos Kludu. Laomism Wop. Was you a Diulas also?
It doesn't.
You is
Yeah, I guess this game doesn't really have much incentive to be ran on emulator. Unlike Bloodborne. Well, I mean, if we're watching these cutscenes, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna beat this in under 2 hours. I think my PB for this game is like an hour and 25 minutes-ish. But I mean, we skip every cutscene. Hey, Flare.
You called us. You dream. I wasn't cool. You own you.
Dormi, ifo. Alu yula. Oshtu hailwa wuki waikwa. Ujisu hiazu tsudoko. Was nordekyo wuti yula.
I will anxious. I will be. You item.
The cutscenes for your Gamba. Yeah, whatever. I'm just vibing.
It is all of you equal. It's not all amusement. Alu declick if the leads to is.
Was it's you know.
Can't wait to get some dinner after this. Kinda hungry. The buck. Yeah, Amok Runner was it was a great round.
Oh, you. I'll bet.
I was difficult. No certain case, no code. On those around us. I will conclude. Error was no source. A well,
But this fucking how long is this cutscene?
You do. You bet, Sanada.
Holy.
Was no source. Oh, you are there. Cry of
This is the only cutscene? That's not true. But there's not many cutscenes in this game. That's, I mean, you're not wrong about that. I mean, there's a cutscene after every Colossus that you kill. Those really aren't that important. And then there's like one mid-game cutscene. Now, this is basically where the game is explaining, you know, your mission in this game, which is to hunt down all the Colossi in the lands and kill them. Kill the big things. Alright. Here we go. This all bosses? You have to do all bosses in this game. No, you can't skip any of the bosses. We have to do all of them. Also, let me know if the game sounds okay. The original idea for this game had 64 Colossi. Yeah, but they had a bit too grand of ambitions. What ending are we getting? There's only one ending, my man. Alright, so first skip coming up here. And, we failed it. Oh, whatever. Bro, let me jump. Holy crap. You can do a horse launch. Alright, I forgot it's actually based on the direction in this. You can do a horse launch up to this little ledge. Another little skip we can do here. I think if I let this cutscene play, it might fuck over the speedrun strats, but I'll do it anyways for you guys. I mean, it's not really that interesting of a cutscene. He's just walking. Hey, asshole. Actually, I think we're fine. Alright, so we jump... Oh, come on. We jump on his leg, and we stab it. And I stab too late. Stab a second time. And now we're gonna move during this cutscene. And we're gonna jump on his head. You're not really supposed to be able to get on his face right now during this cutscene, but... luckily you can still move. And we're gonna give him 3 stabs. And when you kill a boss in this game, it's faster to kill them with a plunge attack. Because you can do plunge attacks in this game, and they basically do the equivalent damage of a fully charged attack, except they have a really long recovery animation, so they're only worth doing as like a killing blow. makes you sad, don't be sad. We're just killing some monsters. You know, Ella actually ran this game, I think. Or wait, did he? I'm pretty sure he did. I think Ella ran this game. It was so fucking long ago. Before he stopped speedrunning games. Now he's just a variety Andy. I mean, so am I, kind of. But I mean, I still do speedruns. I don't speedrun as much as I used to. But I mean, I'm excited to run like RE9 and... Calling out Ella. I mean, I'm just joking. It's not that serious. He's too old now. That's just an excuse. I mean, I don't blame him. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like speedrunning has become less popular. Like, it's actually going down in popularity. Maybe some new games will bring... I mean, I think people like watching speedruns of new games, but when it comes to running, like, old games, I don't know. I just feel like there isn't really as much interest anymore. But maybe that's not true. I don't know. I mean, like, SM64 is still popular. All those viewers died of old age. Huh. The fuck? Yeah, I do feel like games get optimized and people are so like speedrun crazy these days. I do kind of miss the vibes of like picking up a game and, you know, there's like a lot left to be discovered. And granted, there still are some games like that, but games do get optimized really fast in this current day and age of like speedrunning. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if within a few weeks Resident Evil 9 is already like pretty fucking optimized. But I mean, it's kind of crazy, dude. Like GDQ's viewership has gone down so much. I mean, not that GDQ is just like the greatest indication of the popularity of speedrunning necessarily, but I mean, back in the day, I remember GDQ would hit like 150, 200k viewers, and now I'm pretty sure they struggle to hit like, they're at like 40 or 50k. Oh, that's not a good spot. Oh no. No, 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 no. Fuck! That's not good, chap. I fucked it all up. GDQ isn't the same anymore. I mean, that's also true. Optimal strat here, chat. We should have been able to get onto this big hairy guy right away, but we fucked it up, so. I guess we're going for butt first. But come on. So we want to grab a very specific spot here. Nice, I think this should be good. There's this very specific spot where you can stab him even when he's angry and he's trying to shake you, you can still stab him. It's called a plant. Most monsters have a plant spot where you can safely just hold on and stab them. But some of the plants are kind of precise. I don't really know if they're intentional or not. Monsters, Colossi, sorry. They're not really monsters. They are just beasts. How long will this take? Like an hour or two. I mean, since we're watching the cutscenes, it's at least gonna take probably 2 hours. Most of this run just comes down to boss execution. There isn't really that many skips in terms of overworld movement. Alright. Time for one of my favorite strats in the run. Hopefully I can hit it. Oh yeah, since we watched the... Normally, our horse is supposed to be waiting for us, like, right after the cutscene ends. But because we're watching the cutscene... Well, not when the cutscene ends. If you skip the cutscene, normally the horse is, like, waiting for you. Right next to you. But because we're watching the cutscene, he's, like, outside the temple. He, like, moves around during the cutscene. For some reason. Be awesome to have this game on Steam, yeah. I love how minimal the UI, I mean, there's basically almost no UI for this game. You just have like a health bar and a stamina bar. And I mean, that's only when you're in combat too. This is my favorite game. I mean, I don't know if I'd say it's definitely one of my favorites. I don't know, I just like the simple nature of the game. And the bosses are cool. I mean, it was a really cool game for its time. I feel like it's... I mean, I still think the game aged well, but in terms of gameplay, maybe it's not super crazy for people these days. But like, this game was originally on PS2, and it had some really... It has like really unique mechanics for an older game. That was a bad jump. So funny enough, so I speedran the PS2 version, and this is the PS4 version now. They made swimming almost twice as fast in this remake, which I actually think was a pretty good choice. But there's some Colossi in this game that are in the water, and you can... Being able to swim twice as fast kind of trivializes, like, one of the bosses a little bit more. But, regardless, it's still a good change. I always forget it's based on direction and not... I mean, the world isn't completely empty. There are upgrades you can pick up for your health and stamina. There's fruits, like fruit trees you can find, and there's some like wildlife and stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's not, you don't like fight enemies in this game. Have I practiced for this game? No, but I speedran this game a lot. Hopefully we can hit most of the strats. But we're gonna shoot his stomach to do a little bit of damage here. He's doing that again. That's good. Alright. So we're trying to do a physics exploit here. Do we wanna, the moment this happens, we wanna jump up. Oh, come on, let me jump. Please don't stomp. Okay, oh, this is a good shot. The idea is to try to use his sword to launch directly to his head. It's kind of a difficult strat, though. There we go. Nice. Guy likes to shake a lot. Kind of a pain in the ass. Grab the stomach. Wait, what? Did I not? Oh my god, I didn't do enough damage to the head. Oh, that's not good. Fuck, get up there, dude. How did I not do enough damage? Oh, that was not a very good fight, but hey, we hit the sword jump, so. This is on PlayStation. This is on PlayStation 4. Well, actually on PS5. So funny enough, the jump to the head is not actually faster, I don't think. For some reason. Apparently it's faster to go for the stomach first. At least I think that's what they do in the speedrun now. But jumping to the head is so much cooler anyways. Blue Point are making a Bloodborne remake for PS6. Honestly, dude, at this point, after playing Bloodborne on emulator, I don't even care about getting the game on console anymore. The game runs so well on emulator, and like, I don't know, it's 4K 60 FPS Bloodborne on emulator is so fucking good. It looks so good. Where's my horse? My horse is in like the wrong spot every time right now because I'm watching the frickin' cutscene. Alright, we have Pelagia now. Or no, wait. No, I don't think that's the right name. Dude, my memory is fucking going. I don't know, we got horse. Right, it's Phaedra. Yeah, Phaedra. I knew it's not Pelagia, because Pelagia is the one in the water. Phaedra. I think the Avion has the coolest strats out of all the Colossi in this game. The strats for Avion are crazy. Is the giraffe? Kind of. He does have a long neck. Kind of like a giraffe, yeah. That's not good. I have no idea why it fell off there. So you're not meant to really jump up here, but I mean, if you jump a very specific way, you can just climb up the leg. I'm gonna stab you. Oh, yeah, you need to. I think you need to stab twice for him to lower his head. There we go. We're in a good spot. What's the intended way to get up there? So the intended way to get up there is to hide. See in front of him, there's like this underground stairway. You basically hide underground and he tries to like, he gets curious and he looks for you and he lowers his head. And then you can jump on his head. The thing about this game, chat, is the controls are really fucking jank. Like, I might make it look kind of... Hello, aggro. I might make it look kind of, like, easy-ish, but the controls for this game are really awkward. Like when you look at the speedrun strats for this game, if you haven't played it yourself, you might think, oh, that doesn't look very difficult, or like he just jumped up, like whatever, but it's this game's controls take some getting used to. It's all good, Robin. Thank you for being here. Thanks everybody for being here. I know it's kind of late. I don't know how many, there's probably not many people from EU left, but I'm sure there's some people who are awake at like 4 AM right now. Yeah, thanks everybody for being here, for watching, whatnot. Damn it. Yeah, there's a lot of different hidden controls in this game. Like, you can actually... You can do, like, quick turns with aggro. So, you can also start him, like, super fast. The thing is, the game doesn't teach you anything, but if you press down on the analog stick and X at the same time, you can do this animation, and then you just go to full speed instantly. And you can also, like... You can do like 180 pivots with the horse while maintaining full speed. You can also ride on the side of the horse. I actually I can never remember how to do that, even now. Oh, here, yeah, so you can like ride on the side of the horse, which doesn't really have much point. Apparently in development in this game... Oops. In development of this game, there were bosses where they wanted you to like ride on the side of the horse and swipe. You would like swipe at the Colossus's... I think there was like a spider Colossus, and they planned on you would ride on the side of the horse like that and then slash their legs. But that Colossus never made it into the game. So I think it might just be kind of like a leftover mechanic from potentially that boss. This is the last game, Bach. That was not good. There are technically like 5 or 6 more games I could do in the marathon, but I'm getting kind of tired, and they're games that I really don't want to do that much. Well, there's like 1 or 2 games that I would have liked to do, but... Failed every horse launch so far. Hey, be nice. Like what? Well, I mean, like, we could have done Death Stranding, we could have done Doom Eternal, we could have done Neo, could have done Lords of the Fallen, we could have done, what else? Scrutinized. Yeah, we could have done scrutinized. We could have done... Doom 2016 was actually okay, but I spent like 5 hours practicing it for the marathon because it's like such a hard run. Doom went okay except for one level. There was one level that was like an absolute disaster, but apart from that, the Doom run was good. Oh yeah, I ran OG God of War, I ran God of War 2018. I don't know. I think there's like 5 or 10 more games that I technically could have put into the marathon that I didn't. But a lot of those games are like super fucking long. I mean, I know there were some runs in this marathon that went on for, like, Elden Ring was like fucking 8 hours and Bloodborne was like 7, but... I was hoping we... Bro, holy shit. Chill, man. I'll have to show you guys. There is like an insane strat that you can do on this guy. Maybe after the run is over I could show you guys or something. But you can there's like a boss practice mode in this game. You can practice each of the bosses or the Colossi individually. So people do time attack in this game, and man, there is some fucking crazy strats that people do. Oh yeah, it's faster to swim. You actually want to swim towards the dead body because it takes time for the tendrils to get to you. Yeah, I'm excited to get some rest after this marathon, chat. I'm pretty worn out. It has been like the past 2.5 weeks has basically been stream for 8 to 10 hours, and then spend 5 hours watching runs and practicing other games. And yeah, I've had not much time to myself. Which is fine. It's been fun doing the marathon. But, yeah, getting a bit worn out. How many days off stream will you take? Probably not many. I mean, fuck, I might even end up streaming tomorrow, but who knows. If I do stream tomorrow, it's not gonna be for very long. I've got some stuff I gotta do tomorrow, like IRL stuff, and Larksa wants to go to the butcher, and I think we're gonna make pot roast. What is the worst speedrun game, like, in the marathon, or? Where am I going? Oh yeah, Barba. Dude, Quiet Place. Oh my god, that game was so fucking shit. Man, that game is crazy. How bad it is. That was like genuinely one of the worst like horror games I've ever played. It was so fucking terrible. God, it pissed me off so much. Did I turn too early? I think I turned. Oh no. Oh, and I did too. I did. Oh god, no, no. We're going off course, chat. This is not good. This is not good. Okay, I'm actually fucking lost in the forest. It has been a long time since I've become lost in the forest, but you know, it'll be okay. Bro, move! Oh my god. It's like, this is the thing. So Blue Point decided to add 1 million fucking trees to this part of the game. So now you just can't, you get stuck on everything in this fucking forest. I mean, the forest looks really good, but holy shit. If you don't follow the right path, you can like barely fucking move the horse. Yeah, I played The Last Guardian. I even tried to speedrun The Last Guardian. And I don't think I ever actually did any runs. I tried to find like skips and stuff in that game. But there isn't really that many skips in the game from... Actually, I don't know. I haven't watched a run of it in a while. I don't know if anybody runs Last Guardian anymore. You ever die to the bosses? On hard difficulty, you can die to them, but the bosses in this game are not like... It's not like Dark Souls, right? The difficulty in this game does not come from, like, you're gonna die to them hitting you. They're meant to be puzzles. They're like puzzle bosses. Or gimmicks, as Ella would say. Alright. So this is a pretty cool strat that we can do here. I don't know if this is gonna get messed up because if we watch the cutscene, it's probably fine. I mean, Ella has just become synonymous with the word gimmick. And the word mega. Okay. So we need to bait out his foot stomp, and now we're gonna jump into his hand, and then onto this, then up here. That's not good. Fuck, I tried to go too fast. I shouldn't have tried to go so fast. Then fall. Yeah, I tried going ultra fast and I failed. And now he's turning, you bitch. Alright. Come on, do your stomp. I'm gonna wait for one rotation before I jump up here. Alright. So when he raises his hand up, oh, that's not good. Oh, come on, man. So when he raises his hand up, we're gonna run along and jump up to his head. Come on, man, stop hanging. Shakes, bad. If we run out of stamina there, that would have been really bad. You can actually kill him during that cutscene that triggered, and you get this like ultra dank slow-mo glitch. I tried to do it, but I failed. I think you actually lose time if you get that glitch, though, if you kill him during the cutscene. Also, Jasper, thank you for the 59 months, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you for all the subs throughout the marathon chat. Thank you for all the Prime subs. Thank you guys just for being here. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for you guys supporting me, so. Hopefully Resident Evil 9 is gonna be a good speedrun. I hope RE9 is gonna be a hype run. Has like a lot of cool, like tech and strats and everything. What if RE9 stinks? I don't think there's any world where RE9 stinks. But, it might not be a great speedrun. I mean, I think it'll be an okay run regardless. Like, even if it has, you know, a long intro or something like that, it could definitely still be a fun run. I just hope there isn't some, like, super broken tech that just trivializes all the boss fights. Because I think the boss fights are, like, the most interesting part about the game, in my opinion. I took the wrong path here, chat, but I think we can go this way. This is not the way that I normally go. The thing is though, there's two different pathways to this boss. I believe this is the more scenic route. I think we go past like a lake. This might also be a complete disaster, and I am gonna have to go all the way back the way I came. Yeah, we'll see. I feel like this is not. I think I made a grave mistake here, chat. I don't know, fuck it. We're gonna send it and hope this is the right way. I never took this route before to the boss. You might be able to go this way, but I'm starting to think that you can't. Oh, wait. No, maybe we're okay. I'm concerned, chat. I really don't know if I don't know if this. I have never been in this part of the game before. I have no fucking idea where I am right now. Oh wait, no, I do know where I am. Yeah, I think we fucked it. I think we fucked the chat. I'm sorry, believers, but this is gonna cost us some time. I'm not sure if I can get to where I need to go from here. Oh my god, I'm going deeper into my fucking doom right now. Okay, no, we're fine. This is where we need to be. This should work. This should work. It's not the most efficient way of going here, but we made it. It's okay. Yeah, we're taking the scenic route. No, so you have to, yeah, there's 16 Colossi total, or 16 bosses in this game, whatever you want to call it, and they, you have to do them in order. It would be cool if you could do them in any order from, like, a routing perspective. I feel like they would make the speedrun routing more interesting, like, way more interesting if you could do them in any order, but sadly you can't. Oh, that's not good. I don't think this guy is going the direction. He's supposed to go to the right around that pillar, but your movement at the beginning of the fight can affect his AI here. I mean, it should be fine. He should aggro to us after he goes a little bit further forward here. So it's just, this is a bad pattern. It's a bit slower. Okay, though. So these like tendrils on his back do cause damage. Oh no, that's not good. Oh, am I gonna miss the tail? Oh, no, we're good. So we can actually roll underwater if we do the inputs perfectly. Saves a little bit of time. Oh no, please don't give me the glitchy head bobs. Oh, he's not dead? Oh, repro. He's not going under, right? So the thing is, this guy's on a cycle. He only keeps his head above water for a specific amount of time. So if you don't kill him fast enough, he'll go back under the water and you lose like a fuck ton of time. There's actually a faster strat. Instead of you can get directly onto his head the moment the fight starts, but it's like a very specific setup, and you need to basically like you glitch out his AI and you manip his AI. You do a plunge attack in the water, which makes him freak out and raise his head. But you need to do it in a very specific spot. It's kind of complicated, and it's also a bit of a pain in the ass to practice. Alright, that was Colossus number 7. Got 9 more to go. Up next is a pretty easy one. It's called Kuromori. It's like a lizard. Like a salamander. What boss in this game is the hardest? I think most people have the hardest time with the second to last boss. Or the last boss. Probably the second to last, though, is pretty tough. I'm curious, how many people here have played this game before? Seems like it's quite a lot of people. How many of you guys played this game on PS2? Damn, we're all so old. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I used to play this game back in high school with my buddy. I think we played it, I don't know, I think I was in like it was like sophomore year or something. But yeah, we never actually beat the game. Me and him would like switch off on each boss. I think is what we ended up doing. And yeah, we got stuck on the final boss and we gave up. Does not sound like you. I mean, this was... People change, man. Like, streaming has changed me. Back in the day, I didn't actually beat that many games. I mean, I beat some, but... Streaming definitely, I feel like, makes you more incentivized to, like, finish a game. Balls. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you flush games, but... I mean, I do think I finish games way more often streaming now than I did before. Like, when I was... I don't know, when I was young, I would play so many games, but never really finish that many of them. My high school run on easy or hard? Neither. Easy difficulty wasn't actually a thing in this game. I'm pretty sure the remake added easy difficulty. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure... that's the case. Well, the original had normal and hard, but you can only play hard after you beat the game one time. And yeah, I think they added easy difficulty in this game. Oops. Alright, so we are going to distract this guy or get him to come up here. We are going to shoot his toes. Oh, this is not good. I don't know if we're gonna be able to kill this guy in time. We want to one cycle him, but I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Oh, nice. What did he do to you? He existed. I explained the lore. Honestly, there isn't that much lore for this game. I'm not a big lore guy though, but I mean the lore of this game is we're killing these big guys to try to save our. I mean I don't know. Does the game ever tell you if that like I don't know if she's your sister or your lover or if, I don't know. We're trying to save this girl.
You are under the sphere. I will make the call and sit, kill the walls. Who come you walk through?
We have 8 more bosses left. Alright. We have one of the harder fights in the run coming up. Bossaron. This is like a big hurdle, kind of. The strat for this guy is... Well, hopefully we can do it. It's a pretty cool strat. What are the chances it's under 2 hours? I don't know. I mean, if we skipped all the cutscenes, I think this run would have easily been under 2 hours. I think it might be a bit over 2, though, because we're watching the cutscenes. Oh, come on. Oh, my... What? Keep saying hard fight, but you make them all look easy. Yeah. I mean, it's... The speedrun strat for this fight is quite difficult. And... You only get one try at it, and if you mess it up, you're fucked. You have to jump off a cliff and suicide. I've ran this game a lot, though. I mean, I wouldn't say... I would say overall, this game isn't that hard of a speedrun, but some of these speedrun strats are... I don't know, like, I still have the muscle memory for... I still remember how to do, like, all the speed strats surprisingly well. I don't know. I don't know if I don't skip this cutscene if this is gonna fuck something up, but I'll try to let the cutscene play, I guess. Well, rip. If you guys remember the secret door, though, in Demon Souls, they actually did something similar for this game. They added... I can't remember, I think it's like 53 or 56 hidden coins around the entire game. Some of which you need multiple playthroughs of the game to even reach, because you need so much stamina. Oh, is it 79? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, the 79 Steps of Enlightenment. Basically, in the credits for this game, they have a text that says... the 79 Steps of Enlightenment. And so there's 79 coins in the game, and if you collect all of them, you get access to you can open a secret door that leads to a location under the temple, like the main temple in the game. And they added that because in the original, people thought that there was something like there was like some major secret, you know, some massive secret in the game, that which there never was any. Not really, but yeah, they added that in the remake, which is really cool. I actually did a speedrun route of collecting all those coins and getting the, like, opening the secret door. I don't think I did this right. Maybe somehow I can back this up. I need to make sure to instantly skip the cutscene here. So for anybody wondering how you're normally supposed to do this boss, see this like geyser shooting up water? You're supposed to bait this guy onto the geysers, which will make him fall over. And then you can climb his underbelly. Okay, we need to instantly skip this cutscene here, I think. And then we wait for aggro to get close to us. And now we should be good, I think. Oh my god. That's not really what's supposed to happen. Oh, come on. Fuck.
Aggro! Aggro!
Try this again. I'm kind of just going on muscle memory here at this point. I have not practiced this in a while, so... I did not do that correctly though. I need to jump on the lower part of the leg, I think. No, dude. Damn it. I told you this guy is really like, this strat is so easy to mess up, and the problem is once you miss it, like, once you miss it a single time, he's gonna knock me off my horse. Oh my god. Go, aggro! But yeah, well, once you mess it up, you have to try it from the beginning again. He only reliably does this AI, this like lift where he lifts his legs at the start of the fight. Otherwise, I think it's kind of random. Oh, I shouldn't have moved there. I might have fucked it up. No. Oh my god. Dude, I moved a tiny bit, which made his AI change. I moved my fucking analog stick a tiny bit at the start. If you move at all, when aggro is running towards you here, it fucks up this guy's AI. I need to stand completely still until aggro comes over and stops. I don't know why it works like that, but it just does. bro. No, 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 no. Don't you fucking fall twice. No. Stop fucking falling, bro. Okay, we hit the backup strat. That's not exactly how we're supposed to do it, but it works. Oh my god, he's... Stop fucking shaking! Let me kill you. Oh my god. We want to just stick to plunge attacks here. We're actually gonna let our stamina recover because if this guy knocks us off his head, we're fucked. Bro, stop shaking me! You piece of shit. Nice. Yeah, the thing about running this game is that it's very execution heavy. Like if you don't hit the strat for the boss first try, a lot of the bosses just kind of spiral out of control. Not all of them. Some of them are okay, but we're going for a Demon Souls Penetrator Armor run. Yeah, getting the Penetrator Armor in Demon Souls is a pain in the ass. Mainly because you need so many Stone of Ephemeral Eyes. Also, Chris M, Luis, Killing Season, Jason, thank you guys for the resubs. I'm curious, how many people here in chat collected all the coins in this game? There must not be that many, surely. You have self-respect. I actually really liked collecting all the coins in this game. Because a lot of the coins were in really cool, like, hidden locations that I had no idea that you could even get to in the first place. There's so many, like, nooks and crannies in this game. I don't know. It's cool just, like, fully exploring the world in this game, looking for all the coins. How would you find them without guides? Well, you would just look around. But yeah, I mean, I found, I think, a few coins on my own. But yeah, most of the coins were found. I mean, it was like a community effort, right? There wasn't a single person who found like all the coins. It was very much a group, like a collaborative effort. Because I mean, this game is massive. And so, I mean, the world is just really big. And there's so many little like side paths and little hidden areas all over this game. Yeah, this game was also on, it's a console exclusive, right? So that's, you know, that was really nice that, like, imagine if Demon Souls Remake was on PC. The secret door would have been people would have just cheated into the room in a day, and people would just already know what's in there. It's actually really lame. Like, I'm kind of like, for the sake of the secret door, I'm glad Demon Souls was like a console exclusive. I mean, hell, I tried to cheat into that room, but I did it through glitches in the game, so there's a difference. Like, yes, I did try to circumvent the door, but I was using glitches in the game, and I wasn't, you know, just fucking turning on cheat engine and, you know, no clipping into the door. Like, it is different. There's a difference between using in-game, like, nothing I did was actual cheating, you know? Using the mechanics of the game, even if they are broken, to accomplish something is totally different than using cheat engine. I mean, that is literally what speedrunning is about, is exploiting a game to its fullest and trying to go as fast as possible through the use of, you know, in-game exploits. I mean, you don't speedrun with fucking cheat engine. I mean, there's some people who do, well, some people who actually cheat in speedruns, and if they're caught, they're, you know, subsequently banned. Puzzles aren't just speedrun either. Yeah, but it's... I don't see... Like, what's your point? Like, are you saying that people should cheat in a community puzzle? Or that... I don't know. I'm just saying, if this game was on PC, or if Demon Souls Remake was on PC, the secret would have been spoiled instantly, and there would have been no community effort at all, which is just... well, it's pretty lame. That was the point of glitching into the door to try to bypass the puzzle. That's true. I mean, I'm glad that they actually put an invis box around the thing, because I think a lot of people would have been salty if I just cheated my way into the room. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, Chad, I was not focusing. There's a one-cycle strat for this boss, but I just completely fucked it up because I was not paying any attention. Whatever, dude. I was just fucking yapping. Got the satisfaction of figuring out how to get there, but didn't spoil it. That's true. Yeah, I know. I messed up the one cycle. I probably could have got it. I was not paying. I was zoning out, or I was just distracted. I was yapping about other stuff. What's up, Ide? Is there anybody else playing this game on Twitch right now, chat? There's one guy with one viewer. Damn. I'll raid him. He might not be streaming by the time I'm done. If he has a camera or like a mic, maybe I'll raid him. Some people's streams, though, I mean, I don't know. I don't like to raid people if they don't have a mic, or at least, like, if they have a mic and a camera, that's preferred. I'm not a huge stickler for camera, because, I mean, hell, I don't even use camera that... I mean, I've been using camera a lot more lately, but, yeah. I don't... Not like that. Like, fucking breathe, dude. Jesus Christ. No, Ella is fine. I have no problem with Ella. Ella talks a fair bit, but he's not that much of a yapper. Oh god, that's not... I've never landed here before. This is weird. Well, that's fucking great. God damn it, dude. Well, now we gotta go all the way around. Yay. Didn't I find this skip? Son of a bitch. I don't think Hob talks that much either. Well, I mean, Hob... I don't know. It's... I'm not gonna say... I mean, if it's not them, I'll say it, but... I don't know. Hob's stream is fine. I don't think Hob yaps that much. Hey, Abyss, thank you for the 109 months. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say it. Like, there is some streamers, chat, who just are... They talk so fast, and they just never stop talking. Like, ever. There's like not a single moment of fucking silence on their stream. I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna stop hating on streamers. I mean, people can do whatever they want. I'm just saying, for me personally, I'm like, I don't like that. Also, speedrun strat here. We drop the torch and then pick it back up, which causes him to run close to us, and then he's next to the ledge, and then we pick it back up, and then he falls. Pretty nice strat. Can I actually do a plunge attack from here? I think there's like a height limit to plunge attacks. Maybe you need to start the animation. I think once you've been falling for too long, maybe you can't start a plunge attack anymore. This is a Colossus. It's barely bigger than a buffalo. Yeah, this one's kind of tiny. Am I doing the 17th one? I remember when this game came out, a bunch of people were saying like, dude, they should have added new Colossus to the game, but I don't know. I feel like that would have been really weird. Have a good night, Red Planet. Thank you for being here, man. Abyss, thank you for the 109 months. Thank you for all the Prime subs, everybody. Thank you for all the subs, the donations. Thank you guys for being here. How many bosses left? 5. There's unused ones in the original. I don't know if there's actually unused. There's some remaining files, but I don't think any of them are functional. We don't actually, I don't think we really know that much about the cut Colossi. There's some like artwork and maybe some like leftover files. There's not that much. There's 5 bosses left, so yeah, believers are cooked. If we skip the cutscenes, we definitely would have finished in time. But I'm just, I don't know, it's the final run of the marathon. I'm not in any rush. I like this game a lot, so I don't mind watching the cutscenes. You don't want it to end. You guys are making me feel bad, alright? We've been going for 2.5 weeks. It's been fun, but all good things must come to an end, chat. There's always next year, okay? The 2027 New Year's Marathon. With Resident Evil 9 and maybe some other games added. Birthday marathon. Yeah, I mean, funny enough, if I did a New Year's marathon and a birthday marathon, they would be spaced pretty well. Yeah, I don't know. That might be too soon. Oh wait, why am I jumping off the horse? My birthday's in July. I don't know if I'm gonna play Resident Evil 6. I like kinda want to, but God, that game looks so ass. Is it time to say goodbye to Aggro? No, he's fine. He's just waiting for us to kill the next big monster. Yeah, Resident Evil 6 seems quite long. My most excited game for this year? Yeah, I mean, probably Resident Evil 9. I'm sure there's other games that are going to be announced to release this year that I'm just not aware of. Yeah, there's like 4 games coming up. I know I've said this, you guys are probably tired of hearing me say this, but I'm going to be playing Code Vein 2, and then Neo 3, and then Reanimal, which Reanimal is the new game made by the Little Nightmares devs. And then after that, Resident Evil 9. So, a lot of new games. No Ari marathon? No, we're still gonna do the Resident Evil marathon. It's just, it's not gonna take that long. Oh fuck, what am I doing? I was supposed to shoot this guy. Oh shit. This is not good. I mean, do we... Is Dustbloods said to be coming out this year? Do we actually know? Fuck it, I'm just gonna go for it. Oh no, no. Damn it, dude. I accidentally stabbed when I wasn't supposed to. You can kill this guy in one cycle. Sadly, I fucked it up though. I did an extra stab when I wasn't supposed to. Or well, I was supposed to do an extra stab, but I didn't charge it. I accidentally pressed the button. So yeah, this is the boss where the faster swimming makes it a lot easier, by the way. In the original version of the game, it is like actually impossible to get to his butt. Because he turns faster than you can swim. Even Lobos isn't excited. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Dustbloods will be good. It's just the fact, like, I would actually be excited for Dustbloods if it wasn't a Switch exclusive. FromSoft was past doing exclusives. I wish they were. I don't know, Nintendo must be paying them a lot of money. I just really hope they're gonna announce something other than Dustbloods, like a new single-player RPG. Surely they're working on something. I hope FromSoft is working on a new IP, personally. I think it would be cool if FromSoft made like a magic-focused, like instead of it being melee weapons, it's all like it's like all magic. Maybe I'm in the minority with that opinion, but one of their games, Eternal Ring, one of their games, Eternal Ring has like a really cool system where by killing enemies, you get different types of elemental, like, fragments, and you can combine these elements together to create spells. I think it'd be really cool if they actually implemented that. I don't think they're ever going to, but if they implemented that mechanic into their like a new game, that would be so cool. Sounds like Recluse from Night Rain. Yeah, kind of. I think it would be cool if they gave you more reason. I think one of the... I'm not gonna say it's a big issue, but you never really have incentive to kill enemies in a Souls game other than on your first playthrough. Because you need to like kill everybody so you can loot the area safely and explore safely, right? But you never, like, on replays of the Souls games, there's never really a reason to actually kill enemies. At least in my opinion. So it'd be cool if there was more incentive to actually kill enemies. How would you make an incentive for killing enemies again? Well, like I was saying, in one of their super old games, killing enemies gave you, like, you would get these elemental items, which then you could craft. You could combine the elemental items and you could make custom spells. Or not custom spells, but, you know, if you combine fire and ice, you get, like, an ice fire attack or something, you know, something that makes sense with the elements that you combined. Which games? Kingsfield? No. Eternal Ring. As a non-speedrunner, there's plenty incentive. I mean, okay, how many... Maybe I'm gonna be wrong by asking this question, but... When you guys do replays of the Souls games, like, do you clear all the enemies and kill all the enemies again? It's just, most of the time, enemies don't even give that many souls. I think Bloodborne, at least... Bloodborne is good because it actually gives you a lot of blood echoes for killing enemies. I feel like a lot of the other games really... You get, like, fucking scraps for killing enemies. And again, on your first playthrough, of course you're gonna kill them. I think it would be cool if enemies had more relevance in the game on replays. Maybe I'm in the minority with that, though. Why, though? I don't know, it's just... There's such, like, the enemies are such a big part of the game, but you just ignore them. Like, there's just no point in ever killing them. Unless you need a specific weapon drop. Or you're doing your first playthrough. What is this pattern? What the fuck? Oh, no fucking way. Oh my god. I can't believe I just missed that. Slow down! bitch! Okay, there is a one cycle strat for this boss. Is that too much damage? No, we're fine. At least I think we're fine. We need to do a full stab and then like a 90% stab. If we do too much damage and we destroy the sigil, then the boss will close its flaps and it'll go back under the sand, which we do not want to happen. Nice. What was everyone's first game? Yeah, what was the very first game that you ever played, chat? Peak? What do you mean peak? The first game you ever played was Peak? DK64. Don't remember, that's fair. I think the very first game that I played was... I actually am not sure myself. I really don't know either. Amok? Yeah, your first game was Amok. I don't think there's a single person on planet Earth whose first game was Amok. Or ever will be. Forcing your son to play Amok? Yeah, have a kid and force them to fucking play Amok for their first game. Does that count as child abuse?
Yeah!
Your first game was going to be GTA 6, or will be GTA 6? Oh. Okay. I'm excited for GTA 6, but it kind of sucks that it's only on console initially, because Rockstar's a bunch of greedy fucks. Why is it like that? Because of pirating? No, it's because they want people to buy the game twice. they got paid by the consoles to make it console only. I mean, that's also possible. I mean, maybe Sony and Xbox are paying them to keep it on console initially. I don't know. I mean, I think it could be both. Like, that's a good point, though. I mean, maybe. Obvious that Bluepoint will remaster Bloodborne for PS6. I think it's possible that Bloodborne will, but the thing is, dude, Bloodborne looks so good. I don't feel like it needs a remaster. Like, the art of Bloodborne is really good, and honestly, I'm kind of scared if Bluepoint remakes Bloodborne, they're gonna like change a bunch of shit in the game just because they think. They're like, oh, well, this looks bad. We're gonna make it look better. But it's like, it clearly looks that way. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in Demon Souls that they changed that they really shouldn't have. And I know it's like, I still think Demon Souls Remake is good. But they definitely, I don't know. Some of their artistic decisions, they just did not respect the original design of a lot of the enemies and bosses. I don't know why, but they just changed things that they really shouldn't have. And again, it's pretty minor. I mean, the game still looks really nice, and it still feels really nice. And it's, you know, it's kind of a minor complaint. I'm not like a super purist or anything, so I mean, I still really enjoyed Demon Souls Remake. A lot of the enemy designs in the game were made to be just like gross and like grotesque, whereas in the original they weren't really. That's not really how like some of the enemies were designed. I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to talk about negative. I don't want to be like super negative or anything. I still think Demon Souls Remake is still perfectly fine. You love negativity. Yeah, a lot of people do. It's like the only thing. People crave negativity. It's like all Twitter is. I used to go on Twitter a bunch, and then I stopped because it was just horrible. I feel like every day I would like open Twitter and I would just become like depressed seeing all this, I don't know, just like hatred or just people being, I don't know, it's just awful. Alright, so there's a cool skip we can do here. We're gonna roll out of the way of this guy and then jump on his... Oh, that was close. And... we need to jump on his leg. What are you doing, man? I don't know if this is gonna work anymore. Dude. Get up. Might be able to do this. Oh, come on. We need to get onto this tower. Dude, jump, man. Holy shit, jump. Oh my god. Wait, why am I even doing this strat? Well, you know, whatever. It's a cool strat. Oh, nice, we got it. There's like a safer backup strat that you can do. But whatever. We got the fast one. Hello? Did I fall down? I did. You can actually jump up to this area during the cutscene, but I messed it up. Right. Two more bosses, guys. You don't want it to end? It'll be okay, man. I'm not going anywhere. Hey, the True Derp, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What's my plan after the marathon? I don't really know what my plan is for the next, like... I mean, Code Vein 2 is in, like, 8 days, I think, so... We're gonna be playing that when that comes out, but... Until then... I'm not 100% sure. I want to do some more Night Rain. And yeah, I want to try the Garden of Eyes mod in Elden Ring. Can't wait for chat to be like... I don't know. I feel like there's gonna be drama if I play that fucking mod. Yeah, Adam said that the Welcome to the Game 3 demo is supposed to come out this, this month. And he said he might be giving me I might be getting early access for the Welcome to the Game 3 demo. So potentially do that this month as well. The demo's only going to be like 30 minutes long though. It's not, I mean, it'll be cool, but I believe it's a pretty small demo, which is good. I don't want too much of the game to get spoiled or anything. Yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, True Derp. Isn't Garden of Eyes a bunch of stolen work from other creators? I don't know. I just want to try it. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't. I saw some videos of the mod and it looked cool. There were some like custom boss fights and I believe like new maps or like new areas in the game that were added. So I don't know. It looks interesting, but maybe the mod sucks. I don't know. I just want to give it a try. Have I seen the Golden Age mod? I don't know. I feel like I remember seeing Domo was playing that or something recently, maybe? Am I gonna buy the RE9 Porsche? I don't think so. Another paid mod made by China Bros. Oh, really? Alright. So this guy has a really cool strat, chat. Hopefully I can do it right. Nice. Nailed it. Okay. He had to just turn his fucking... Oh, now he's stomping with the wrong foot. God damn it, dude. I could try to jump across, I guess. Oh, whatever. Never mind. Why, man? Oh my god. Alright, it's fine. Just bait out the stomp. Alright. We need him to stomp with his left foot. God, stop turning! Bro, where are you going? That damaged? Alright, so we need to grab onto his hairy hand here. Oh, nice. Oh, no, not nice. God, it's so hard to grab the right spot here. Oh, there we go. Okay, that should maybe work. Nice. Okay, so to give some context, stabbing this final spot on the boss is not supposed to be this hard. You can make him drop his sword normally, but in this version of the game, if you do that skip, the skip that launches you to the top of his head instantly, it breaks the script that makes him drop his sword. Normally you stab him in the elbow, which makes him drop the sword, and if he drops the sword, he'll spam this like hand slam on the ground, and then you can jump on his hand, and you can stab it super easily. But the PS4 remake, this is only in the remake, by the way, they fucked up the scripting somehow, so if you do that skip, it is impossible to make him drop his sword. Now, on the original, you could. Even if you did the skip, you could still make him drop his sword. But on this version, for some reason, you can't. I don't know why. Anyways, a little bit of speedrun lore for you there. It's actually faster to not make him drop the sword anyways. It's just kind of it's a pain in the ass to stab his hand while he's holding the sword. It's a lot harder. A Garden of Eyes mod gives 38 hits on virus total. Oh, that's concerning. Oh, wait, do you have the mod, or like, is that what somebody said? Maybe I won't play that mod then. The content manager used to install his stuff. Okay. I mean, it probably is false positives. You know, weirdly enough, though, I remember back in the day, like when Elden Ring was popping off, Garden of Eyes kept messaging me, or somebody from his team or something kept messaging me, and they're like, yo, you should play this invisible... one of the mods he made for Elden Ring was like invisible enemies. Like all the enemies are just invisible. And I don't know, he kept messaging me like multiple times. He's like, you need to play this invisible enemies mod. And I was like, yo, dude, you're like being very pushy. Like why are you, why do you want me to play it so badly? But I don't know. When he was so insistent, I was just like, man, is this guy trying to like give me a virus or something? Like, why does he? Like, it's kind of sus. But yeah. Because you have a huge viewer base. Yeah, but I mean, that's not. So I don't really see how that's. I'm not even sure if the mod was paid at that point. I actually can't. I really can't remember. Oops. Yeah, but I mean, who in chat here would want to play a fucking invisible enemies mod? It's like the worst fucking mod ever. So I didn't want to play it because it sounded horrible. Yeah, I mean, it could have been content, but I wasn't so desperate for Elden Ring content that I felt the need to do that. I don't know, like, the thing is, I don't... For me personally, I only really like doing stuff that I personally am going to enjoy as well. Like, all of the Elden Ring challenge runs that I did because, I mean, they just sounded fun to me personally. Or like, I thought they were like good ideas for challenges. I mean, there was a lot of like slop content that I could have made for Elden Ring that I didn't, because I didn't really, I don't know. I didn't really want to do a lot of... There was a lot of ideas that were okay, but I didn't really feel like they were worth making like a video out of. Bye, aggro. Bye. A bit too far there. And download the mod just by joining the Patreon as a free member. Oh, really? I didn't even know that that was a thing. Oh, yeah, I think you could play the demo for free. No, hold on. I'm gonna go do a little VOD check action real quick. I feel like I did this right, but... Why did he shoot me so fast there? Oh god. That's not good, guys. I think I'm gonna go this way. I'm actually confused where I'm going, chat. I'm going backwards. I don't know. I wanted to try the speed strap, but I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die is the problem. I guess we'll just... I guess we'll just go this way. I normally don't take this pathway. I mean, I think in my birthday marathon, like 2 years ago, I did take this path, but... Fine, we're taking the scenic route. I need to get some dinner after this marathon is over. It's gonna be so late though. Bro, what? Oh my god. I'm actually confused. I have to jump up there, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay. I thought I was like, why is he, what the fuck? I'm not used. Oh my god. Climb the fucking ledge, brother man. I tried the Shadow of the Colossus no climbing challenge. That sounds horrible. Is that even possible? No, I don't think so. You can't... You can actually do a lot of damage with the bow in this game, but you can't kill any of the bosses with just the bow. Alright, so there's a pretty big skip you can do here. If you shoot this guy in his armpit, jump onto his arm. This. Not like that. Okay, oopsies. Bro, take out the fucking bow. Jump straight to his head. Fucking murder him. Fall all the way down. It's not, well, the game's not over quite yet. Still a little bit left. Don't be sad, chat. Climb the tower all the way. I don't have enough stamina to do that. 340 days till the next marathon. Maybe I'll do another marathon on my birthday. Like another big marathon. I mean, we're still gonna do Souls marathons and like smaller ones potentially, but I don't know about running all of these games again for a while. Run it back against these splits. These are not like these splits start at the Doom run. The thing is, I've restarted my PC like several times, so it would be cool if I had all of the splits. Like, if I could scroll all the way back up to the start, but unfortunately, Live Split doesn't allow for, like, pausing and, like, saving the splits mid-run. You know, the funny thing is, the last time I did a super long marathon chat, I put all of the splits like all the right side of the stream was like 30 games. Like, it went all the way down to the bottom of the screen. You missed the Giga Splits. It was funny, but I feel like it took up a lot of screen space, and it's not really... I don't know. It's not really necessary. Well, the funny thing is, so when I did my birthday marathon and I had the 30 splits on the screen, I had to restart live split like 5 fucking times. So the splits, I actually typed out the split names and the times for all the splits on the screen. Like manually placed the text on the screen. I know, live split is fucking annoying, man, when you do these super long marathons. Are we the baddie? Maybe. Shouldn't have done that. And you see the garden. I mean, you'll see the garden in the final cutscene. I don't have enough stamina to make it to the garden, but you'll see it in the cutscene. I imagine a lot of people here in chat who said they played the game probably didn't do like New Game Plus, but funny enough, if you beat all the time trials in this game, there's like extra gear that you can get. You can get a parachute in this game, you can get explosive arrows. There's like a bunch of like extra gear that you can get. You can get I think like a throwing javelin. this part is... This is honestly such a weird part of the game. You basically just... You're this big giant you're Dormine, like the like evil dude who was talking to you at the start. This is like his form. You can actually attack in this form. You can jump. You can breathe. Lose stuff. You can smash. There's no point though, like, you can't actually kill these people or do anything to them. You just, I don't know, I guess they just wanted to let you control. I don't know why they even let you control this guy. It's like, it's so pointless. I'm gonna jump. Whee! Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's just, you don't, like, actually do anything. You just kind of stand there and just... They want to do more here, but it got cut. That's certainly possible. Who knows? To further emphasize the fact that it's you. I mean, I feel like that's pretty obvious, no? Yeah, I guess you could argue that. I liked The Last Guardian. I thought it was good. It was still like, it was a pretty unique game. Alright, guys. It's time to end the run. I don't want it to end. No. No. Wow, I actually made it really far there. How far can you make it here? That like the limit? Oh no. It's getting me. It's getting me. Alright, I'm just gonna let it take me. I actually don't know how far you can make it here. I don't think I think there is like a barrier or some sort of limit. I actually don't know. It's done, chat. We still have the final cutscene though. Last stream. Time to retire. We got Resident Evil 9 to speedrun. people feeling nostalgic for Surge 2. What was your favorite game in the marathon, chat? Am I serious? No, I'm not serious. Did you not hear what I... No. Mortal Shell. You're hoping to see Pogo Stuck? God, dude, Pogo Stuck is so hard. That fucking game. I actually did speedrun Pogo Stuck though, didn't I? Like, I remember I tried... Pretty sure I did actually do like multiple runs of Pogo Stuck. Yo, what's up, Kyle? Oh, thanks, man. Last of Us 2 was fun to watch. I'm glad you enjoyed the Last of Us 2. RE4 remake was scuffed. I mean, we were doing the rando. I'm pretty sure we did like the challenging 2x profile from Trey. If we just did a normal rando, like 1x enemies, I think RE4 would have been a lot faster. Yeah, the weapons we got in that rando were so bad too. I made you buy Getting Over It and you hate your life now. Well, if you do end up beating it, I'm sure you'll be very satisfied. I don't know, Getting Over It is like, by the time you beat Getting Over It, I feel like you have a pretty good understanding of how, like, after you beat the game once, you could probably beat it again pretty quickly. It's aggro. He's alive. Except his leg is messed up, so. Off to the glue factory. And why'd they have to make his leg be hurt? He only fell 500 feet off a bridge, man. He should be totally healthy. Aggro's a girl horse. Listen, I don't worry about horse gender, okay? He, she, whatever. It's a horse. Yeah, thank you guys again for all the support throughout the marathon. I'm gonna wait until the credits are done for this game because I like the music before we find somebody to raid. But yeah, thank you guys all for being here. You know, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to do these marathons. Thank you for all the subs and the support. And here's to more speedruns in the future. Hopefully Resident Evil 9 is a good run. And I wish that I wish that all these new games aren't coming out so close to each other. Like, I would be potentially interested in running maybe Neo 3 or Code Vein or Reanimal. Reanimal could be a really cool speedrun as well. But, I don't know, it's just Resident Evil 9 is gonna overshadow all of them. Hey Locket, thank you so much for the 80-month resub. Thank you, man. You know, I never actually played Ico. Still never played that game. Yeah, I mean, I liked The Last Guardian. Such a weird ending. What? I just got turned into a baby, bro. Is this how the original one ends too? Yeah, it's the same. You love how they walk there, but you have to climb it in the most hard climb ever. Well, it's because the door to the garden is sealed normally, but after like the ending sequence of the game, that door gets opened up, I believe, so that's how they're able to walk up to the top. But yeah, you can actually, so this spot that they're in right now in this cutscene, you can actually get here in the game. You have to climb, there's like a giant climbable path up the entire temple, but you need a fuck ton of stamina to climb up it. You need to beat the game like 2.5 times to have enough stamina to get up to the top. There are some like glitchy spots you can recover your stamina along the climb, so you technically can get up there, I think, after like one playthrough probably, but it's speedrunners don't climb it? What do you mean? I mean, yeah, you don't ever climb up there in the speedrun. It's just like it's just a cool place that you can visit. There's never any reason to go up there, really. You can cross the bridge from up there. Yeah, you can go across the giant bridge that you come in. From. And funny enough, you can... One of the coins, one of those 79 coins is across... You have to run across the entire bridge, which I think takes like 8 minutes, or like 5 or 6 minutes of just running to go across the entire bridge. Alright. Time to find somebody to raid, chat. Oh, you know what? I actually have the perfect person to raid. He just started his stream. Alright, guys. But yeah, seriously, thank you everybody for all the support throughout the marathon. Thank you guys for being here, supporting me. Yeah, I can't wait to do more speedruns, do more of these marathons, in the future. This is not going to be a super common thing. I feel like if I did this kind of marathon all the time, it would lose... I mean, it would kind of lose its, like, it wouldn't be as exciting if I was doing it, super often. So... And you'd die. Yeah, well, I would be super fucking worn out as well. But yeah, thank you guys all so much for being here. I'm gonna go get some rest, get some big dinner, and relax. I think I'm gonna take tomorrow off. I might actually still stream tomorrow a little bit. I might do like a little bit of Night Rain, maybe like a few hours of Night Rain. It depends how I feel. I might also want to just relax tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. If I do stream tomorrow, though, it's not going to be a super long stream. I want to try out the new Night Rain update. They buffed the crap out of Executor, and apparently they also buffed Guardian, and I don't know, there was like a fair amount of changes. They buffed Revenant as well, I think. They made her quite a bit stronger in like Deep of Night. So yeah, I want to check that out. But yeah, we'll see. Very possible I might take tomorrow off, though. I've been streaming a lot. I've been super busy, so... if I don't see you guys tomorrow, though, probably stream the day after. Maybe I'll take, like, 2 days off, but... I don't know. I'm addicted to streaming. I need to get, like, a hobby or something, but yeah, I'm, like, so addicted to streaming.